Hello, I believe we are live. This is actually part 2 of the Giving Tuesday Google Hangout. I unfortunately will not be staying. However, Dustin will be available at the destination here. If you are coming over from the part 1 version, we should be getting started here. Otherwise, feel free to join in, feel free to talk, and we should be all set. Thanks. I forgot to ask you to go get the cake.
The new one on the old YouTube page.
I don't know how to do so.
Okay.
Hey, could you actually attach the link to the description of the old Hangout, by the way?
Yeah, I posted it in the chat. I'm not sure how to edit the description.
So you'll go to youtube.com, log in as Trans Youth Channel, click on Video Manager, Live Events, and then click on the first one, not the second one, and then put it in the description. Hey, we're on part 2. Unfortunately, this one's 8 hours, so click here for the continued Hangout live.
Okay, I am on the YouTube logged in as Trans Youth Channel. Where do I go again?
Click on Video Manager.
Okay, looking for it.
If you don't see it, click My Channel.
My channel. Gotcha.
And then Video Manager should pop up.
Oh, I see it. It's at the top. It was kind of hidden there. Okay, Video Manager. Live Events. Gotcha. Okay.
And now there should be 2 there.
And I can edit. Do I click edit?
Yep.
All right.
Description, just put it.
All right, I will add those new links.
Okay. Now I have to actually shut down my computer and actually move the desktop to Kenley's in Cheyenne, so I won't be able to be here. I'm wondering if you guys would be able to just run this for like the next hour, and come 6 o'clock when Liz has to get on, I should be back. Is that okay?
Yeah. We can hold down the fort.
All right, awesome.
Is there somebody else who's supposed to be on at this time too, or?
Yes, there are a few others. If you wouldn't mind just looking at the image and then sending quick messages to them to say, hey, you're supposed to be on, we're scheduling, and then we'll go from there.
Okay, I will go ahead and go back and look and see who's on right now after I finish organizing all of the social media links.
Okay, sounds good. It looks like the people that are expected to be here, so we have Ari and Jaden and Dustin. Then Zara is supposed to be on at 5.
Okay.
Yep. And then Jaden comes back on shortly. Yeah. Anyway, I gotta go. Thank you guys so much.
Yeah. Have a good, safe trip.
Yep. Thank you.
Okay. Live events. There we go. That's...
Okay, sounds good. It looks like the people that are expected to be here, So we have Ari and Jaden and Dustin. Shortly.
Yeah. Have a good, safe trip.
Yep, thank you.
Okay, saved the link.
Okay.
So I have successfully
Live events.
YouTubed us.
There we go. That's
Okay, so
Okay. And I closed out of that, so that's good. And all right. And here's what we're gonna do. I'm gonna add text. Okay, Tumblr is accomplished. And Google Hangouts. These are the new with all the new and it's currently on saved. Okay. And Twitter. Okay. Sorry for the wait, guys. Still getting all those links set up. And tweet. Doop, doop, doop. Alright. And last link for Twitter. There we go. Okay, so I think we're all squared away. Excellent. And let me just check real quick to see who else is coming on with us today. Scrolling down. Okay. It is 4 p.m. my time, which means 5 Mountain Time, I believe. So Zara should be joining us soon, and same with Jaden. Yep. Okay, it's 5. And Jaden changed it, so Jaden won't be joining us until 6, I think. All right. Okay, I have sent the link to Zara so that she can join us. And that's the wrong one. Giving Tuesday schedule. All right. So between 5 and 5:30, mostly it's just us talking about Trans Youth Channel. So both of us are pretty new to Trans Youth Channel. Is this your first day, Destin?
Yes.
Okay, I thought so from the way they were talking before. So for viewers who don't know, I admin a genderqueer and non-binary trans group on Facebook, and I ended up getting involved with Trans Youth Channel because one of our members posted on there saying that they needed volunteers, and I was just like, hey, so I've got, I can volunteer online due to some health issues. I've been home a lot more, not able to move around, so I was like, internet, perfect. I can do stuff and not go stir crazy in here. And also, Trans Youth Channel sounds pretty cool. They've released one video a day for a really long time. I think they've officially been a nonprofit organization for a year, but they actually have videos dating longer than that because they used to be just a basic YouTube channel. And yeah. And Destin, you've been a part of the Facebook group for a long time too, and I think that's where you saw where to join the Trans Youth Channel, right?
Right. I'm actually looking to start a support group locally for trans and genderqueer youth as well.
Awesome. And where is that locally? I vaguely remember.
I'm in Birmingham, Alabama, so it's a pretty great need.
Yeah, that makes sense. It's pretty far south.
Right.
I'm in Washington myself. Um, which is about as north as let's see. Sending a message out real quick to somebody who's joining us on the channel. Sorry about that. All right. So, do any of our viewers have any questions about, I don't know, the Trans Youth channel or what it's been like so far? Both of us have been going through training. They get us started on a general PowerPoint, and then there's also some PowerPoints related to our specific job positions. How's that training been going for you so far, Destin?
It's been good, I guess. I don't know what else to say.
No, that's fair. It's pretty, I'm not sure what the video editor section is like. I know that when I was looking through it, the PowerPoint for the social media and the bloggers were pretty full. And then the social media training, we actually have a 3-week program that follows up on that. So I'll be continuing to get new training emails for quite a while. But it's pretty cool, and at the end of the social media training, you get a certificate saying that you were trained in social media by a nonprofit organization. Let's see. Yeah, I guess so. It's good to hear that you're coming on board for video editing, though, because it seems like we only have one video editor before you came on board, and it was hard to get all the videos out on time.
Right. That's what I noticed. I just wanted to be helpful, and I do have experience with video editing, so it seemed like a good fit.
Mm-hmm. So, I don't know, do you want to talk about stuff? Let me check the email real quick. I guess I'll do that just to see if we've gotten any questions while we've been on air. Okay. where they were finding these questions. I mostly see Google here. All right. Well, I don't see any questions. Oh, okay, almost lost it there. Yeah, so I don't know, what's it like for you in Alabama? Would be a good topic, I guess. Start off with, or if you want, you can ask me a question. We're gonna do stuff.
Oh, look, somebody just joined.
Somebody just what?
Joined.
Oh, we have a person. Hello.
Hey, how's it going?
Hey, our other, also new volunteer. We've got 3 newbies here to talk about Trans Youth Channel.
Sweet.
So, we're just staying on the air talking a bit about Trans Youth Channel. So, what brought you to volunteer with Trans Youth Channel?
Several things. I've actually been involved in activism in the LGBT community since about 2005, and specifically with individuals, initially specifically with individuals who identify as transgender. And a lot of more have come forward as my husband and I have been involved in affirming ministry in churches. And one in particular is one who is already volunteering here. And she mentioned it to me, and it was one of those times where I already kind of felt led more in the direction, because it had just been a passion, something in my heart for years and years. And when she posted that Trans Youth Channel was looking for people to help out, it was a confirmation. So it lined up perfectly, and one of my former professors, who I did a dedication for earlier, came out as transgender also about 1.5 years ago. So that just kind of boosted my desire to get re-involved.
That makes sense. Yeah, I've been, I guess, like, I've also been involved in LGBT, etc., activism for quite a while. Sorry about that. Just got a message from one of our other volunteers.
Oops.
Don't mean to randomly drop out in the middle of talking. I do that sometimes.
No worries. I never know if it's my internet connection.
Alright, so, yeah, no, sometimes I have this weird thing, I'll be talking and I'll stop talking, and then I'm like, oh wait, I was in the middle of talking, I should not do that. Okay, so, I guess I'll talk a little bit about my history with this kind of thing. So, when I was really young, I actually had like the weirdest, I had a very, very strange ideas about gender and sexuality. And I'm just going to talk because why not? We're filling up, we're saying stuff, and you guys can talk too. But like, so when I was very, very young, I thought, like, I read a lot of like Japanese comics, I guess, and gender and sexuality are addressed very differently in Japanese comics than in American comics. They have a definite history of more fluidity with gender and sexuality, I guess. And so, for example, one of the things that I would read is this comic called Ranma Half, and it's about a boy who's a martial artist, and he's fighting with his dad, and he falls in a well of a drowned girl, and it's like a cursed well. So now every time he gets splashed with cold water, he turns into a girl, and the whole manga is just full of like wacky gender changing, and some people turn into like pandas or pigs, and like just all sorts of crazy stuff. And then there's characters who are not magically changed, but who are either gay or trans, and it's just accepted as normal, or just like that's just who they are. And that was something that was pretty cool for me. But I think that I read them all at like a really young age. So when I was 5, I had overheard my dad talking about how he wanted a son, but he had ended up with 3 biological female children. And so I was like, that's okay, I'll be a son. I never really liked this much anyway. And I like cut off my hair, and I started dressing in boys' clothes, and I went to school, and I was like, I'm a son now. And like I was really confused when my parents were like not happy that I made this change. So that is one part of just history with stuff. I guess I was going to start talking about activism, and there's actually leading up, but I don't want to just go off on a random tirade just talking about my life story from inception. So somebody else tell a story. We can like switch and trade.
Well, I didn't know I was genderqueer until I was already in college. So I came out as being attracted to women when I was maybe 14 or 15 years old, but I came out as being genderqueer this year. And I've been involved in the LGBT community since I was maybe 16, but I wouldn't say I was an activist. At first I was just looking for anyone who was out that was like me at all, so I went to PFLAG meetings, and after that there was a local group founded called Bagsley, Birmingham Alliance for Gay, Lesbian, and Straight Youth, which was really good. And then I went into college and we had the Gay Straight Student Alliance. But it's so easy to find people that are out in college. I wish I had that access when I was in middle school, and I felt so alone. And like everyone would hate me if they found out.
Mm-hmm.
That's not really a story, but whatever.
Oh no, it's a story. I think that I think middle school is a big time for the LGBT community. Like middle school is actually when my activism started, because at the time, so some information about me, like I'm asexual, and so when I was growing up, I wasn't attracted to anybody, and so I just like assumed that I was straight, and like one day I guess I would become like hormone activated or whatever like everybody else. And and I also had kind of my gender expression stamped a little bit. Like my family and other people in general thought that it was acceptable for like me as a very young person to be different, but then once middle school and puberty hit, a lot of that gender policing became stricter. And I think that that's something that a lot of people experience when they hit middle school, because that's a time when a lot of people enter puberty, where people start realizing their attractions more so than, you know, in elementary school. And for me, what got me interested in activism, even though at the time I considered myself as a, you know, heterosexual, cisgendered person, just because that was the default, was I had a friend who was gay and who came out to me in middle school and said, hey, you know, I have to tell you this, I'm gay. You can't tell anyone because the people in the area where I live will kill me. And that was a big eye-opener for me. I grew up in a very small town in an otherwise liberal state, so there is definitely a lot of that stuff. And my friend was in a low-income area. He actually was working even in middle school, trying to help his family financially. And he got welcomed to the neighborhood by having somebody take a dump on top of their car and break alcohol bottles and stuff all over their property, and basically like shouting at them. And this, nobody was gay, was out as gay in his family at that point. That was just how people got welcomed into the neighborhood. And apparently all of his friends in that area talked about hating gay people and how they would murder them and things like that. So when he came out to me saying, you know, I couldn't tell anybody because he feared for his life, that really got me started on, like, wow, this is unjust. And because I had been exposed, you know, to Japanese comics where, you know, sometimes sexuality wasn't dealt with in the most sensitive manner, but it also wasn't erased and ridiculed to the degree that it was in the US. And so, like, to me, I was like, no, man, that's just normal. Why do people hate you? Like, this is ridiculous. And, you know, that's what got me started getting involved in activism.
That's awesome. Not awesome about what your friend went through. I see plenty of that with the kids in Operation Bullyhorn. Very similar with the things that they go through and the worries they have if they're honest about who they are.
Yeah. Yeah, so I definitely think it would be good to have more resources for middle schoolers specifically. And I guess that relates back to Planned Parenthood with the sex education that they provide, because if they have that kind of education as early as middle school even, I think a lot of people would be a lot safer and skin and stuff.
I agree. I wish they would. I don't know how long it's going to take for us to be able to push to get it in schools, but I hope we can. Hey, JJ.
Hey, JJ. We've been sharing personal stories. Do you have any about, like, how we got involved with activism and with just the LGBT plus community?
Cool. How many viewers do we have on YouTube channel right
now? On YouTube?
No idea. I've
Yeah,
got too many tabs.
it shows us, it shows how many we have in Google Hangouts. I don't know if that's the record of people as well, or not.
We have nobody watching right now. Part 2. We gotta share it.
Okay, I've shared it on everywhere, and we have one viewer watching from Google Plus, I think.
Okay.
I've shared the links on Facebook, and I edited the first video with links to this one, and then I shared it on Google Plus, and Twitter, and Tumblr, and I think that's it.
Oh, there's one person watching. Okay, I'm gonna share it on my personal thing. And hello, Kenley.
Hello.
Hello.
So I have a question because it's kind of been confusing. So, is the cake cutting happening at your house?
It is.
Okay.
Do you know where Samantha is right now?
I have no idea. I think she left like a half hour ago.
Okay.
Yeah, Samantha is en route, I believe.
Okay.
That's why she's not here.
Who else is having cake?
I have a cheesecake. That's for me.
And
And
what?
possibly
I
for,
have soup, but
Okay.
I might eat it with my partner and best friend if my friend wants to come over and eat cake.
my partner was supposed to come over, but I have no idea where she is.
Okay.
Yeah, my partner is still asleep because he's on the graveyard schedule, and sleeps during the day. His name is Vlad, so try to keep it down on the vampire jokes.
So just as an update, since I am basically Samantha's other half, so right now we are on hour 7.5 with this Google Hangout. We had to make a new one because, you know, we can't run over 8 hours. So to anybody who's watching, that's the deal right now. Let me check our donation page, but I believe we have like 547.
That was what it was.
So far we have raised. So far we have raised $547, which is freaking awesome. So thank you guys so much for donating if you did. We gave you guys the opportunity to join the Hangout all day, but a couple people did. So, but right now it is closed to the internal members as we are going to be cutting the cake for Matthew Shepard and the 1-year anniversary of Transi's channel. So that's what will be happening once Samantha gets into Cheyenne. And so right now it's just kind of
once
like a
she gets to
hangout.
my house. All day during the day?
I'm sorry. Yes, I have.
You have? Well, once Samantha gets here, she's got to connect all her stuff and then take.
I thought that there were some events for that.
Right, there is an event, Creative Insights in Beauty Image. I'm not sure when they're coming on, but
Yeah.
I'm looking for the. Okay, there it is. Okay, so we've got an image of our agenda. I'm pulling it up now, and I just bumped it to the top of the internal Facebook group. So starting at 6, we have Path of Intersection, Body Image, Feminism, and the LGBT plus identity. And I think we're going to be joined by Elizabeth Walgren for Beauty Image. And then at 7, from 7 to 8, we have Finding Qualified Gender Therapists with Traci Lowenthaal from Creative Insights. And then at 8 is when we start the Happy Anniversary and Happy Birthday Matthew Shepard.
do we know if Samantha will be back for the 2 other events?
I'm not sure. I'm presuming going straight over to House Kinley, and then I think Samantha was planning on being here with everybody as soon as she got here.
Okay, because we we are having a slight issue here then, because
Yeah, as soon as
first off,
the people, like, we sent out the Google Hangout link to all of the organizations speaking. They do not have the new link. So let's hope Samantha gets there quickly, because we have an event starting in a half hour, I think.
Oh, okay.
So,
do we have...
Well, I just talked to who she's picking up, and he said he is still waiting for her to get him, and that was about 20 minutes ago. So hopefully she went and got him and is on the way. It's about 45 minutes to get here, so he might be a little late before the event.
Okay.
Or late, yeah, after the event starts.
Does anybody else have the emails of, let's see.
I can contact Dr. Lowenthal, because I was the original person who established the partnership with her. So I'll contact her the new link.
Okay, that's great.
But she should be here by the time Creative Insights speaks.
Okay. What about Elizabeth Walgren?
That is Samantha's sister, so I have no idea. I was not a part of the channel when that partnership occurred, and nobody else here was either. So we're gonna have to wing it with that. But
anybody have like a cell phone number for Samantha or her partner?
I have a cell phone number for both of them. Yes.
We should call them and then ask about how to get in contact with Samantha's sister.
Okay. Hold on.
Problem solving. Yes.
Because I'm assuming Samantha's driving. Like, do we not see an issue with that?
Yeah, I would try Celine.
Like, I assume one person is driving and the other person can answer the phone.
Okay, let's hope Samantha's phone is on. Let me call her.
And if not, I
don't have Celine's number, so.
Yeah. Wow. Oh, phone on. So for our viewers who are just joining us now, we are calling Samantha to make sure that the new link gets to our speakers who will be with us at 6, so that we don't have to miss out on speaking with them. So, yes.
Just thought of something that might be easier.
Yeah?
This may be a silly question, but would her sister be on her Facebook?
I don't know. I don't have her sister on Facebook. We can ask.
Samantha didn't answer her phone.
Okay, let me give somebody a call really quick, and I can might be able to get in touch with her.
Okay. I'm going to check Samantha's friends list and see if I can find anybody with the name Elizabeth on there.
It's kind of awkward how we're working out internal issues in front of anonymous viewers. Okay.
Oh, well, I mean, that's part of the thing with Hangouts, you know? Like, something's happening, it's drama.
Drama in an LGBT organization?
And here I am eating dinner, but...
Oh, hey, look! I found Elizabeth Walgren. I'm gonna Facebook send a link. Because we can
do we have the interview question? question somebody?
I do not, because I am new. So that would be a no for me, at least.
I don't have it either, so this is going to be another problem. Let's just wait till Kenley gets back and we'll figure out what we'll do then. In the meantime, let's just talk about stuff. So,
Great. Well, earlier we were sharing stories.
Okay. Let's continue sharing stories then.
AJ, I think you just volunteered yourself.
Okay. So, what are we telling the story?
Sending stories about our own experience getting involved with the LGBT plus community and also activism.
Okay. Okay, I can talk a lot about that. So I guess it's time to just listen to me talk. So, basically, I got into LGBT activism in about 6th grade. Since I'm still in high school, I kind of go by grades as far as age, not year. But in 6th grade, in 7th grade, I got really involved with it while I was questioning my sexuality. I wasn't exactly questioning my gender yet. But by the time I reached my freshman year of high school, I'm now involved with Faces for Equality as the vice president. Trans Youth Channel as the operations manager, and I'm looking to volunteer with this Trans Lifeline that's also online. I don't know much more information about that, but I basically got involved just by realizing that a change needs to happen, and I wanted to implement that change through a way that other people couldn't. So during the process of coming out to myself and everyone else, it was just kind of something that I did to help cope with that. Yeah, that's basically all I have about activism and stuff. It's just something I really like to do. I was also on, I'm not sure if any of you guys know what this is, but has anyone ever seen the X Factor before? It's like a singing competition.
Yeah.
Yeah? Okay. But yeah, I was on it last season, and I think I was one of like the only transgender people on the show that actually made it kind of far. So that's kind of cool with activism, I guess.
Wow.
I've also taken activism into like poetry and stuff. I've been on multiple poetry slam teams and stuff. So, and I kind of write LGBT themed poems, and that's basically my life in a nutshell. Kenley's back, so I'll stop talking.
Just as an update, I did contact Samantha's sister on Facebook, and the link has been given, and everything is set up, except for the interview questions. So we'll have to make those up if we can't get a hold of them. We can do
Okay.
that.
The only thing is Samantha has not left Colorado yet. So she.
Oh God. Okay.
So she will probably be here. I don't know. I'm hoping before 6:15, but I don't know.
Okay.
Okay. Well, since I've been here all day, I've kind of seen Samantha go through the interview process, so I think I can make the conversation. I won't be going off directly of the interview questions that we wanted to, but I'll kind of make the conversation with that, and we can all kind of facilitate it.
Okay.
Okay.
I could probably come up with a few questions too, because I'm pretty involved with intersectional activism and feminism and body image and that kind of thing.
Good.
So yeah, I guess continuing with story time.
Has there been a lot of people on for the last 7 hours or so?
Not so much. But we reached our goal for fundraising.
Yeah, I know. Amazing.
I think that when we were on before, I saw a max of like 4 people on. I think we actually lost quite a few people when we switched over to the new Google Hangout. Like we did send out the links, and I did post the links to the new Google Hangout in the old Google Hangout. But I think that, you know, anytime you switch over, you tend to lose viewers. But yeah, so does anybody else have stories about their stuff and involvement in activism or the GLBT community?
I mean, I can talk more about how it was being a transgender. Well, at the time I wasn't trans, I was identifying as a lesbian, but about being LGBT on the X Factor, if we want to hear more about that and how that went. I mean, I've done presentations before about that whole experience if we're interested.
Yeah, go for it.
Okay, so basically last April, and I actually have something to show you guys if you want, but this was my audition ticket. I'm not sure if you can read it. Let me try turning off my lamp. Maybe it'll focus better. Yeah, this was my X Factor audition ticket. It's probably backwards on the screen, but that was the ticket that got me in there, and this happened in April 2013, so it's long ago, but not too long ago. And I basically auditioned in front of like the regular people, and then you went on like the televised part, and you got to sing celebrities, and that was kind of fun. But I didn't really have any type of discrimination as far as that goes, because nobody really knew, besides the people I was like talking to in line while waiting, because we had to wait in line for like 12 hours straight, which was ridiculous. But otherwise, it was a great experience, and I really liked it. To answer your question, Kat, no, it is not on YouTube. They barely air the people who make it. If you've ever watched the show, they only need hundreds and hundreds of people audition in each city, and they only air you if you have an interesting sob story, you're really, really bad, or you're really, really good. And I didn't make it past the televised auditions, but there are like 6 auditions leading up to that, so that was kind of cool. But so no, it's not, and I can't find it. But yeah.
That's fair.
If anyone else wants to talk, go ahead.
I guess I could continue. I kind of have more of a saga than a singular story, but I feel like I don't want to just talk all at once, so I've been breaking it into parts. So I talked a little bit before about how I got involved in LGBT, etc. activism in middle school when one of my friends came out to me as gay and told me I couldn't tell anybody because the people in his living area would murder him. And I already talked a little bit about that. So when I got into high school, I was already involved in activism, and I joined a club that was started called the GSA, the Gay Straight Alliance, and it was pretty small when I joined, but I think about a little bit further in, we actually, so I come from a small valley where all of, there's like the local people who have been there for generations, and they tend to be more conservative in general. All of the blonde and the redheaded people are related, that kind of thing. And then it also has gorgeous mountains and trails that extend all the way from Washington State, where I live, to Idaho, and that makes it really popular for, say, more kind of city people to move in. So it ends up creating an interesting kind of culture clash, and that is my hometown. And when I was in high school, we actually had some kind of a big event happen where our school invited Ken Hutcherson, who's pretty much one of the biggest anti-LGBT activists in Washington State. he came to our school to speak about to speak on Martin Luther King Day about equal rights. Meanwhile, just like right before speaking, he had basically pressured Microsoft to stop providing partner benefits for gays and lesbians. And then he was invited to speak at our school, and the GSA wasn't happy about that for obvious reasons, because you have somebody coming to speak about equal rights who has been fighting against equal rights for a large part of their career. Ken Hutcherson is a pastor and would get all the members of his church to vote in certain ways and stuff. And so when he was in the assembly and it got time for questions, a few of our teachers actually asked him about his involvement in hindering rights for gays and lesbians, and one person booed, and so he didn't answer that, but it started a big issue where Ken Hutcherson was sending basically spies into our school to take photographs of the GSA posters and stuff. I made a poster for our GSA, and they took a picture of my poster and like plastered it over their website, saying that this was a cultural war and that Mount Si was like trying to steal and pervert your children with their sex club. And then when the Day of Silence came around, you know, all sorts of stuff was happening where like parents created a whole website dedicated to like stopping the GSA, and then in protest, like other parents started a website in support of the GSA, and we had a lot of media attention, especially since on the Day of Silence, Ken Hutcherson said he was going to bus in 1,000 prayer warriors to protest our school. And like we got media training from GLSEN, and it was just like this big awful thing. And yeah, it was hardcore. And so that was pretty intense, and it went off, and luckily nobody was hurt during the protest. We actually had more counter protesters than prayer warriors show up, which was cool. But they had to show up at different times because the school was worried that people were going to start a fight. And, you know, we had to hold trainings for everybody in preparation for the Day of Silence so that all of the people participating in the Day of Silence knew not to engage protesters and how to avoid, like, being hurt by violent people. And we always traveled in groups. And that's something that we'd been doing for a while, is the GSA, previous to all of this stuff, we had enacted a system of a buddy system where we assigned GSA members to escort our openly gay or trans students to and from classes so that they wouldn't be attacked in the hallways. And that's basically what happened. Like, the Day of Silence went off pretty well, but unfortunately, even like, I don't even remember how many years, but it's been like 5 to 8 years. I'll calculate it later. Even years and years later, Ken Hutcherson still takes out ads in the newspapers and trying to and like uses his political power to like deny my school funding. Like, we had a really bad flood that was out of season, and it ruined a lot of the school, and we were trying to get funding to fix it up, and Ken Hutcherson trying to deny that. And the year after I left, a kid was had his skull fractured because he was protecting his gay friend in the male locker room, and his friend got away, I think, but he had his skull fractured, and then the principal told him to go back in and pick up his tooth that got knocked out, and didn't even call an ambulance until after the kid's mom had already come to pick him up. And luckily that principal left that year, because that principal was a dick. He was a dick about me wearing a non-female color for graduation too. But yeah, so that's basically my high school extravaganza of crazy, violent stuff. Try not to use the word crazy. I'm trying not to use ableist language. Sorry. But yeah. Yep. That's the story.
I remember you mentioned lesson, and that kind of is a huge part of me becoming an advocate, so I'm going to go off of that. But last year, the GSA teacher nominated me for the Student Lesson Advocacy of the Year Award, which was amazing. I didn't make it too far, but I did make it into like one of the top 20, I think. It's like top 20 or 40. This was last summer. I'm not sure. But that was beautiful. And now I'm looking to become the student ambassador leader for like the Glasson, New Hampshire chapter. So I'm going through interview processes and trying to get through that. But yeah, that should be fun. So Samantha just messaged me on Facebook, and we were told to message the page Beauty Image with the new Hangout link. So I know you messaged Liz directly, but could you please, Ari, message what is it? Hold on. Beauty Image on Facebook. It's a page.
Okay, I found it, and I will message them.
Okay. Now I'm gonna go call Creative Insights because from what Samantha just said, it doesn't look like they will be there for another hour, meaning we're gonna have to run Creative Insights too. So I'm gonna go on mute and call Creative Insights unless you guys want to hear the conversation.
Samantha, give us the interview questions.
Nope, but that's not as important as getting them on the call, because getting them on the call means we'll actually have them here. That's the important part, and I'm not going to bother her because she's driving. Hi Zara, how are you?
Hey, I'm good. How are you?
I'm good. So to our current viewers right now, by the way, you're live in case you didn't know that, but to our viewers currently watching right now, which I think are like 4 of you, Zara is one of our original bloggers that has been with us for the whole entire year, and if you watched our throwback playlist, you will see that she is brought up numerous times throughout that playlist. So, welcome Zara, and I'm going to go on mute and make a phone call so you guys entertain yourselves for a moment.
Hello, everybody. Hello, Zara.
How's it going?
I am doing all right.
Anybody else got crazy background noise, or is it just me?
I hear it. I'm not sure where it's coming from.
That might be for me.
Oh no.
Yeah, it's gone, but I have a feeling so were you then.
Right.
Am I on here?
I think I'm freezing off and on. Yeah, it's gone, but I have a feeling so were you then.
think that's reasonable.
Oh, hey. It looks like Elizabeth from Body Image has joined us. Hello.
Yeah.
I think you're muted, Elizabeth.
Muted. I'm using my phone. I don't have a webcam. So let's see if I can put it on speaker. Maybe that'll help.
Still muted. Just giving you feedback.
Okay, hi, sorry about that. So we have Liz here from Beauty Image, I think. Liz, can you hear us? I can hear you. I can hear you. I just apparently. I can hear you fine. Can everybody else hear you?
I don't hear anything.
Really? Okay, this could be a problem.
Yeah, I can hear Jaden.
Here, I'm gonna. What?
I can hear you. I can't hear Elizabeth.
Okay, I'm gonna try muting everybody and see if that. I can hear you. I can hear you. Okay, now I can't hear Elizabeth. This could be a problem. Yeah, I can hear Jaden. Okay. Okay, I'm gonna say right now, leave the Hangout and come right back in to see if that helps. We had this issue earlier with our first speaker. Yeah, I would say leave and come right back. Okay.
Yeah, I found sometimes if you connect and then you haven't hooked up your microphone yet, and then it doesn't work. But if you leave and then rejoin the Hangout, then it'll prevent it back.
Okay, so let's wait for her to come back. I just left Tracy a voice message, and I'm going to email her in a moment. Gosh, I wish Samantha was here.
We'll figure it out.
Yeah.
Alright, so I'm going to quickly write down some questions about trans people, feminism, and body image, because we don't have Samantha's list of questions. Elizabeth has rejoined us.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, I can hear you now.
Sweet, good. I can use my phone.
Yay!
I don't have a webcam, so that was probably one of the problems. Okay. So I'm just going to start with an introduction. So right now we have, for anybody who's watching, we have Elizabeth here representing Beauty Image, which is an organization we partnered with so long ago. I was just joining the channel once we finished that partnership. So I just want to start off by saying welcome, and I would like you to start by introducing yourself, what connection you have to Trans Youth Channel, and what your organization is about.
Trans Youth Channel actually inspired my channel. As you know, the CEO, Samantha, is my sister. And that was Yeah, and it's kind of funny because there's a story behind that too. But pretty much, in concern to TYC, her sister inspired me with her channel and how she's reaching out to youth and other ages of the trans community and helping them through the journey that she herself went through. And I find that inspiring and see how much I look to. And it was but
I'm having a difficulty hearing you again. I'm not sure if this is the issue with anybody else right now.
no, it's probably because I'm using my phone and I got it far away from me because I didn't like my face right up in the camera. But can you hear me now?
I can.
Yes, I can.
Okay. Well, then you're gonna just have to see my big face because otherwise you're not gonna hear me.
Yeah, that's fine. At least we can hear you. So I heard bits and pieces of that, but it was just an introduction, so I guess it's not that important, but it'll be in the recording, so we can go back and look at that. So why do you think it's important for trans people to have a positive, or LGBT people in a whole to have like a positive body image?
I think
and like, what do you think about?
Actually, I think it is extremely important for everybody. It doesn't, and when I say everybody, I mean everybody, not just every woman, but every man, and not just every cis woman or every cis man, but every trans woman and every trans man. And even if you're just gender queer, you should have a positive body image because when you can love yourself, maybe not in every physical way, but I'm sure that there are plenty of different ways that you, as a trans person or as a trans advocate, don't like something about yourself, but there's something that you do. Maybe it's your eyes or your teeth or your hair. I know that my sister personally can be a snob about her hair, and it's adorable because she has the most gorgeous hair, and I wish I could have that hair, but that's definitely an asset about her body that she loves, and I think it's healthy to at least enjoy one or two or five or everything about yourself. It helps with the way you present yourself to people on a daily basis. I'm a merchandise supervisor. I'm in front of people all the time. And if I didn't have a positive view on my body, then I would present myself that way. And I wouldn't have great customer service. And so I feel like in your everyday little things in your everyday life that you should be able to have a positive outlook. Whether you're transitioning or you want to transition or you're a cis, it doesn't matter. Does that make sense?
Yeah, that makes perfect sense, and that's wonderful for our viewers because most of our viewers right now are closeted, struggling with body dysphoria and just about everything else. So I think that statement really helps in promoting that positivity. Do you like we'll be talking later on with creative insights, but do you think having a positive body image, well, not so much like having a positive view on your body image, is like helpful in mental health situations? Like, what are your views on like mental health and relating to
it absolutely has a huge impact on mental health. If you can find one small detail about your body, regardless of trans or cis, if you can find one small detail about your body that you find is the most attractive thing, then that definitely helps emotionally as well as physically. I think the idea of beauty image isn't just physical, though. The idea of beauty image is more, actually definitely more, about an attitude, about an emotion, the way that you feel about yourself, regardless of how you look, according to the rest of the world. Because that's what it's about. Here at Beauty Image, the rest of the world can suck it. I hope that's okay to say. But, I mean, it's fine. It's like, F your beauty standards. I mean, you can't tell me that because you think that some skinny little model is the perfect body, that my plus size 22 size best friend isn't gorgeous, because to me she is. And you can't tell me that my sister, just because she was not born in the female gender, that she's not absolutely gorgeous either, because to tell you the truth, I really think she looks better than I do, and I'm cis. But I think it has a huge emotional impact and mental impact, the way that you not only feel about your body, but the way that you feel about yourself. And a lot of the time, you have to start feeling yourself emotionally and mentally before you actually start accepting your body. Whether it's the way that it is or accepting your body as you change it.
Yeah, I totally agree with that. To anybody who's watching us right now, if you want to join in on this conversation, you can, actually, I take that back. You can't join our Google Hangout, but you can definitely tweet using hashtag TYC GivingTuesday, I think, on Twitter. Or you can email with any personal questions that you don't want to make public or you're closeted. You can email those to transyouthchannel@gmail.com. So does anybody else have anything to add to what Elizabeth just said? I know that was pretty powerful. I know it made an impact on me. I want to know if it made an impact on anybody else here right now.
Well, I guess I have a question.
Sure.
That's cool. So, definitely because of the really harsh standards of beauty in society, body image issues are not something that's restricted to the trans community. However, it's definitely true that the trans community has a bit of a different, a different take on this, and we have different kind of problems that we deal with, and kind of more specific things that relate to body image. Is there any advice that you would specifically give to trans people who are struggling with body image as well as self-esteem?
Advice that I would give to trans is the same advice I would give to cis. If there's something you don't like and you feel like you must change it so that you can like it, then by all means. But if there's something that you do like, but people tell you that you shouldn't like because they don't like it, then just flush their opinion down the toilet. Because the truth is, when it comes to beauty image and body image and all of those issues, it is up to you. Not up to the general society. It's not up to me. It's not up to my next door neighbor. It's not up to the stars on television. It's not up to the media to tell us what is and isn't beautiful, or what is and isn't attractive, or what is and isn't allowed to feel the way you want it to feel. You know? It's up to you. So if you don't like something about yourself, and you feel like it needs to be changed for you to actually like it and feel comfortable and actually show the person that you are on the inside to the outside with your everyday interactions, then do it. I know that women, cis women, will go get breast jobs, which I don't exactly agree with, but to tell the truth, I'm a size C. That's giving myself a pat on the back, because I'm really more or less a B, and I'm not exactly happy with that. And I have thought about possibilities of getting it changed to feel more, or to look more like I want to feel. And I'm not exactly opposed to it. For myself, though, I don't think I will, but I wouldn't rule it out in the future. If that's what will make me feel better, and make me, if I can feel better because I changed that about myself, then I can project that more positive feeling to the world, because I'll have a more positive feeling. And if that's what needs to be done, then that's what needs to be done.
Yeah, I totally agree with that. Could you explain to us how exactly your organization works?
My organization is an organization of one. I started with a couple of bloggers, but they had families and other obligations, and they didn't feel as profoundly passionate as I do. about my message. So it kind of just got whittled away down to me. So my organization works when I have the time to find articles or pictures that I like to post powerful messages that I think might not only help the cis females but also the trans females. I try to include cis and trans every way that I can because I feel like it doesn't matter if you're cis or if you're trans. If you're a woman and you feel like you're a woman, then you are, and that's what matters.
Yeah. Would you be interested in having any more volunteers? Like, should we project this through the Google Hangout right now?
I would actually really enjoy that. The problem is I kind of have what is that, a shotgun shy or something for the whole thing, because the last time I tried it, I had 11 women who said they were really, really interested and they were really going to do this, and then less than a week and a half later, they were just like, I just can't find time. So I'm a little gun shy at that. If I could talk with somebody for a while, you know, and feel for how passionate about this they would be and get a feel for whether or not they would, then sure. But I think it'll take a lot more of a process than it did the first time.
Do you have an email these people could contact you at if they were possibly interested in helping them?
Actually, and I will start checking it after today. I just haven't on time anybody on yet. But I'll start checking it after today if you're really interested. And that one is, give me a second, I'll look at my diary. It has everything. bodilylove@yahoo.com. That's BODILYLO.com. So I'm definitely going to have people contact me and feel it out, see how passionate they are about the idea, because I just don't want to go through what I went through the last time. It was kind of harsh and it hurt me a lot because I thought this was going to be awesome, and then I had to redirect my idea of awesome, and I still think it's fantastic. Just it's fantastically me.
Yeah, that I can definitely see that. Ari, do you have any other questions that you want to ask, or does anybody else have any questions?
I had a question. I just forgot it because being asked for some reason made it go away. Anybody else have any questions about body image or feminism, that kind of stuff?
I have another topic that I can bring up if nobody else wants to say something. But so, like, what are your views on men promoting positive female body image? I know that looking in the media, there is so much on that, thinking that the men who are doing it are secretly gay. There are so much controversy over men promoting positive, like, yeah, it's weird, but it's true. It's out there. So what are your opinions on that?
Personally, I think as a feminist, and I love to say that word, I'm a feminist, because I'm not going to feel guilty about that. If you have seen the YouTube video of, I can never remember her real name, but Hermione Granger was trying to talk about he for she. I think that the way she said it was perfect, and I probably won't be able to say it better than she can, but in essence, feminism not only wants to promote positive growths for women, but also positive growths for men. And I think that it's going to take men in order to make this movement even possible. We're going to need men to stand up and say, hey, I'm not just about that skinny model in the pictures with all the Photoshop. I'm about the real women too. I like my women with size 24 curves. I like my women with size 0 curves. Or I like my women with really dark black skin tone, because I know that a lot of dark black women out there have huge problems because for some reason they're considered the least beautiful, and I'm just like, what? That ebony skin tone is fantastic. I wish I had that, because I am white as a ghost. I'm neon white. You can see every vein in my body. It's ridiculous. But there's just so many different body image issues out there that it's hard to touch them all at once. And the other problem is that it's just as hard to be Ken as it is to be Barbie. And I eventually, after I get my message going a little bit more, first I got to attract the people that I want to start attracting first, because I'm only at 150, so I've got a long way to go. But that's stage one. Stage one, I want preteens and 20s and 30-year-olds to agree with my message and join my message. And once I hit maybe 1,000, then I'll start going after the men too of the same age groups. And then once I hit a certain amount of that, maybe 5,000, I'll start going after the older age groups as well. It's just a process I have to work my way into. You can't go like, okay, I want it to be all of this all right now, because it'll get confusing to all of your viewers at first. So you gotta work them into it. It's kind of like how we've been doing with the trans community. We've been slowly and regretfully slowly working it into the norm, and that's what I've got to do with my viewers too.
So, just to clarify, so who is your target audience at the moment? Is it like younger teens?
At the moment, it's anywhere from preteen to about 30 or 35, I think, is about the oldest that is interested in me right now. And really, that's a large age group to go after. But I started out thinking that I should just do the cisgendered females, and then when I thought about it, I was like, no, because I'm not about that. I'm about all women. And so I kind of scared off a few of my viewers. I did go into, not negatives, but I went from almost 150 to about 125 or 30, because I started saying, you know, trans is included in this, and people got, really? Oh my god, and left. But I kept the majority of my viewers, so those are the ones that weed out. Those are the ones that can't handle what I'm about right now, and I accept that. It's going to take a little time, and it's going to take a little more time because I have become a trans ally basically from the very beginning. So it'll take me a little bit more time than it would, say, Tess Munster or Robin Lawley or Ellie Mayday, which are the top 3 body advocates in the plus-size industry, in case you didn't know.
Okay, so if nobody else has anything else to ask about this specific topic, I'd like to move on to our last discussion, or last question, I would say. So since it's Giving Tuesday and we're all about dedicating our donations, if you were to donate, who would you dedicate your donation to personally?
Personally, you probably already know exactly the answer. It would be Samantha, my sister. She's the first trans that I've ever really come into contact with. But the weird thing is, and this is a story I wanted to start out in the beginning, but it didn't really have a place, but it has a place now. Growing up, we lived in separate households, but every time that we did get around each other, Samantha has always been more feminine. I've got 4 brothers, well, 3 brothers, and growing up, Samantha was the one that I could most, identify with. She's the one that I felt was more on the same emotional scale as I was. I feel like we got along pretty well until her preteen, and that's because she was a preteen. So she was going through her own little thing, and then I got pregnant and I moved in with them, and we spent a lot of our time together, and I just knew. I didn't ever say anything to her, but I just kind of knew. So for me, my trans experience has been uneventful, I guess, because when she came out, it was like, well, duh, I was waiting. But yeah, I would definitely, for Giving Tuesday, it would definitely be donated to her, unfortunately, or donated in her name. Unfortunately, I've hit a financial spot that I can't really give anywhere.
Oh yeah, and that's fine. We just always ask the organizations that speak with us who they would donate to. But so yeah, unless, like I said, wrapping it up now. I mean, we're kind of early, but if anyone would like to say anything, you can.
Yeah, I think we've still got like about 40 minutes of time slotted away. I had a couple more questions, if that's okay.
Yeah, absolutely. Any questions that I can get, I'll answer them truthfully.
Yeah, so part of the issue with body image, I think, is that society at large assigns stereotypes to different body traits. And that adds almost like, in addition to feeling of not thinking you physically look good or whatever, or you don't feel like you look the way you want to look, that adds like an additional layer of of other people reading things about you that aren't true based on your appearance. There's stereotypes of larger people being like lazy or greedy, and then there's stereotypes of, for example, trans women being like tricking people or things like that. So how do, like, what are your thoughts on that kind of like spiritual or like the I guess it's really like a tainting of the personality, or like a perversion of one's personality based on your physical appearance, and how we as advocates for a better body image and a healthier society, what we can do about that.
Unfortunately, it's a slow process. First, you have to, personally, I believe that individually, we all have to just know who we are and search ourselves and get into touch with exactly who we are and exactly who we want to be. And then tell anybody else that it's none of your business, this is who I am, whether you like it or not, and eventually find ourselves surrounded by the people that actually like us for who we are. It's a slow process because socially, you gotta get the people, general population, to agree with that ideology. And unfortunately, right now, and we are actually doing a good job right now, recently, considering body image and trans issues, we've been doing pretty well in the media. But for the general populace, it's going to take a little longer. It takes a lot to change minds. It takes a lot to change societies. And we're in that transition period with our society right now. So outside of what you yourself can personally control, which is the way you feel about yourself and what you know about yourself, there's not much you can do about the stereotypes except prove them wrong by being who you are and not letting those stereotypes dictate who you are. Mm-hmm. It's kind of hard, though. I mean, it's really hard to live outside of the society and yet have to live within it. Hi, Sam.
Yeah. I think that it's also important to be doing, stuff like living who we are, and then I think that everybody's at kind of like a different level for what they're able to do and where they're at. So, for example, you know, like living yourself and living your own way authentically is a way of providing an example to society that counteracts the dominant like social narrative, but also you know, just like we were talking earlier about allies, they're just like speaking about it and enforcing acceptance in your spaces and then the places where you operate can do a lot to help other people, because then other people who might not have enough courage to live their own lives authentically can see people like you standing up for them, and that helps them like start their own journey towards self-acceptance.
Oh, absolutely. And it starts with the self. That's what it is. Society is a huge thing to go after, but it starts with one individual at a time. And it not only does it start with that individual, but that individual oftentimes has to see somebody doing something for them in order for them to actually start that. So there's actually the catalyst before they're starting. It makes that person, like me or any other advocate, is really just a sum of their experiences. And the sum of my experience is, as a Christian woman, love is the epitome of everything that I do. Everything that I believe in is based on Jesus Christ's love for me, and if he loves everything about me, and with how dark I am, and you don't know my past, it's pretty dark, then there's no way that I can't love everybody else. And that's the thing. That's exactly where I'm coming from. It's all in love. So as far as I'm concerned, I don't care if you're cis, trans, gay, straight, Christian, satanic, Muslim, black, white, whatever. If you are a human being, then I'm going to love you, whether you want me to or not, whether I want to or not. In some cases, I've met some people that are just really mean, and I don't want to love them, but I'm called to do so.
So does anybody have anything to say on the topic of body image specifically? Like maybe a personal stories regarding body image or anything like that?
Well, I guess my own experience with that has been kind of all over the place. I guess
Did we lose her?
I feel like I'm out of eyes. I know. They're there, but then they go again, and it's kind of, it's how I'm feeling at the time. Like sometimes I feel amazing about myself, and sometimes I feel like I should just put a bag over my head and do the world a big favor. And that's probably how most people are, but it took me quite a while to get to that point. Yeah, and I guess it changes on like a daily basis, if you know what I mean.
Yeah, definitely.
I have to say, Zara, you really inspired me, because I've been watching trans youth for a while, so I've been watching you for a while, and I've always thought that you were just gorgeous. I always thought that you just exuded feminine qualities, and that you've always just been a beautiful person in my life. But what I mean by you inspired me is, at first I was always against changing yourself to please anybody, but you've helped me see that certain things need to change so that you yourself can enjoy yourself. And that was a hard thing for me to come to a decision on, because at first it was like, no, you should never change yourself. Society's always wrong. But then I watched you, and I was like, you know what? Mental, emotionally, this is going to help her so much. And so, oh, that sucks.
And that is exactly why I do these videos. I don't know. Yeah, that pretty much exact.
Oh, I think we lost a few people. Probably internet connection or something.
Yeah, she just came
Oh,
back.
there you are.
What I was saying was that you helped change my opinion on what's best for the emotional and mental part of body image issues and accepting yourself. So thank you for that.
That is exactly why I do these videos, as I was just saying. Thank you for letting me know that I'm doing good here. And all of us, not just me.
Thanks for sharing sharing that, both of you guys. Does anybody else have any stories that they wanted to share? If not, I can talk a little bit.
I don't know, I've got a pretty big mouth. I could talk for a while.
Yeah, I sometimes do that too. I'll talk a little bit about body image issue. I guess that there's two big areas of body image that I've run into in my experience is body image surrounding weight, and of course my experience with body image as a trans person. So when I was growing up, I actually have always been very naturally
Oh, geez. Wow. Hello. Hi. He yelled. Hello. Hi.
We're talking about body image.
Yay. Liz, how are you?
I'm doing pretty good. How are you?
Pretty fantastic. How did the transfer go?
It's so yellow in here.
Yeah,
It
it's
is.
so
I told you the
yellow.
lighting is bad. I think it makes us look great. I'm just kidding. Very
We
yellow.
look fantastic.
There it goes.
Oh, Celine, I love you.
Yes.
Oh, your flashlight obsession. Oh, yay. Sorry. So, yeah, we're live. This is how I act normally. So, Liz, how are things going?
It's going pretty good, I think. I hope that I'm saying what I'm saying what I mean. I hope that I hope it's being taken as I intend for it to be taken, but we'll see, I guess.
I would say don't worry about it, because we're live, but we get to edit it afterward.
Yay! So hopefully not too many people are watching now.
Yeah, to everyone who's watching now, I'm back. I am terribly sorry I'm about half an hour late. We had some stuff going on, and I think you can see in the background someone's taking pictures of the wonderful, absolutely amazing cake. You'll be able to see that in a little bit here. But as we are logged in, can I go ahead and get caught up? How did the transfer go?
Yeah, the transfer from the old Hangout to the new one went all right. I think we lost a couple of viewers because people didn't follow over after the transfer, but it looks like we've had at least one or two people pretty steadily on either Google Hangouts or on YouTube. And right when you joined, suddenly other people joined too, so...
Oh, this is good. I'm happy that it worked. How was the interview with...
Oh, sorry. No, you were saying?
How was the interview with Beauty Image going?
Yeah, kind of awkward because I can't access the interview questions, so I've just been kind of making stuff up, but...
Oh, no. Yeah, we actually forgot our keyboard, so we don't have a way of typing except for the on-screen keyboard, which I guess is okay.
Well, I could ask myself questions. I've got it on my computer.
Oh, right. I sent that to you, didn't I?
Sure. I can interview myself and then answer questions. Totally easy.
All right, I'm logging into Gmail now.
Yeah, so we asked a couple of questions that Jaden and I and a couple of other people asked. We just made them up on the fly, so we were just talking, and recently we were all sharing stories about our experience with body image in our personal lives. Zara spoke a bit as well, and that's basically what went down.
Okay. Well, I did successfully manage to pull up the questions here. So I'm taking a look. All right. Okay, so Jaden, I'm going to go ahead and send you this link, and then I'd like you to go ahead and continue doing the interview because I am so out of the loop, and then we'll kind of go.
I can't open the questions.
See, I'm wondering if they haven't already asked me all the questions, because they've asked me quite a few, and they all sounded really familiar.
Okay. Sounds good.
Maybe I could find my messages to beauty image.
And to all of our viewers, I do want to thank you guys so much for kind of bearing with us for the course of the transition and a lot of the other things that have been going on. If you are just joining us, this is actually our Giving Tuesday for Trans Youth channel. Very, very excited. Giving Tuesday in and of itself is a day that's specifically intended for you to give to local charities and nonprofits just like Trans Youth channel in order to keep them going while also dedicating that donation on behalf of your friends and family members so they know that you support them, especially when it comes to LGBT-related nonprofit organizations. Jaden, we have 72 viewers. Wow, so there are 72 of you. That is amazing.
Yeah.
Wow.
There are 72 viewers.
Yeah, but they were all different throughout the day. That's amazing, 72 viewers. And we also already hit our deadline for the amount donated as well. So I'm not too sure if you guys caught it, but on the last Google Hangout, we told you guys that every 50 plus the combination just means that we have more cake that's going to go in your favor, an extra slice for each of us, kind of like a new reward. We'll eat that cake for you. I think that sounds like a great plan. Either way.
We like, for making the goal, we should like put a piece of cake in Smith's face.
Aww. See how much I love you. I'll actually agree to that.
It's really good. We'll just say that because it sounded like it was a good thing to say. It's really good for your skin.
Yeah, I'll do it.
I'm sure we can find a quote peer-reviewed article from Betty Crocker on that.
Sure we can.
Just make sure you take your glasses off first.
Okay. All right. I can do that. I feel like I look weird without glasses though. I don't know. Anyway.
Unless you want to clean your glasses after.
Oh, true. I could. It would at least protect my eyes from all the sour cream dressing. Sour cream cheese.
Yeah, she got us a sour cream cake. It's gonna be great.
I am. Do we want to go ahead and continue talking about beauty image, or do we just kind of want to leave it at that?
I was running over the questions, and we've already asked me about tell us about the organization, what I do, and what is it about. We've already answered that one. Then having special ties to Trans Youth channel and struggles of my own, what prompted me to start Beauty Image, and we've already talked about that one. We've talked about me being your sister, and about how I view my relationship with you. I told them all about how when we were growing up, it didn't really surprise me when you came out because you just were so feminine all the time. Oh, you left and you're back. So I told him all about that relationship and how pretty much that bleeds into the organization too. And then says very different organizations, both very different people from different perspectives, but you obviously care for another. Why do you think such a partnership works? And I think that pretty much answers itself, but you obviously care for one another. That's the answer.
I don't know.
Design where beauty image sits as a movement, would you consider it feminism or body positive? And I admitted to being a feminist.
Oh, I have something else I want to say.
Sure.
Okay, so I've noticed that body positive organizations also run into the conflict of people thinking that you are promoting obesity.
Oh,
it
God.
sounds ridiculous. It sounds ridiculous, but it's such a controversy. So what are your views on that?
Mad is what it does. It makes me angry when people assume that your size is equation to your health, and it's absolutely wrong. My friend, the co-founder of Beauty Image for a while until she just hasn't shown up for a while, and that's because she's got her own life, which is fine.
Doing the way of Cat Black.
She's 24. Okay? She's a size 24. She's 5'4" maybe. So yes, she is a large woman, but she is absolutely the most healthy woman I've ever met in my life. She's completely vegan. She does these juicing cleanses and just everything that you equate to healthy in everything. That's her. She refuses to put things on her skin that's not organic. She refuses to eat things that's not organic. She refuses to participate in things that aren't healthy. She barely watches TV. She's constantly trying to make sure that she gets some exercise in. I mean, yes, she has some genetic health problems that prevent her from rigorous exercise, but she does try her best. And it really just bothers me when people say, oh, you'd be so much prettier if you weighed less, or you're so unhealthy and that's why you're so big. Well, that's just not true. You look at this earth and what? You see monkeys and you see gorillas, which are obviously a size difference. You see ocelots and you see tigers, which are a huge difference. But that's the thing about what humans refuse to believe about themselves, is that we're just as diverse as all the rest of the animals on this planet, regardless of the fact that we're all humans. We can be just as different between a minnow and a great white shark. There's size differences all throughout every species out there. Why can't we accept that humans have the same problem?
I think it's really interesting, and it kind of brings up a very interesting point. There's a woman in Fort Collins. I know her because her daughter is trans, but she and her family are 100% vegan. They can't eat meat. Their daughter has had a ton of issues with like food dyes and things like that, basically rendered vegetarians, essentially. They go to literally one restaurant. Their food is whole foods. They say it's incredibly expensive, but they have no other choice due to the dietary restrictions and issues. And the mother is rather heavy. She's incredibly healthy. She's not overeating in any way, shape, or form. It's just her genetic instinct for her body to retain as much energy as possible. And in this day and age, when we have cars and we have computers and we've moved to sitting on desks, that type of genetic variation is just so happens to make you larger. It's not necessarily a matter of them not being, quote, healthy. It's more a matter of where their bodies are.
And that's the problem. Society hasn't accepted that human beings are just as diverse as a different kind of frog, or a different kind of bear, or a different kind of house cat. They're all the same family. They're all in the same genus, but all different sizes and for reasons that we know about. Now, if we would accept that humans aren't just human, that we are an animal, and that those characteristics that animals have in their families and the differences that they have should be acceptable for us.
Agreed. Does anyone else have anything they want to say on that topic? And once again, if our viewers do want to say anything in regards to a lot of our topics, especially when it comes to a controversy of genetic versus chosen eating options, and whether or not someone is obese as a result of genetics or anything like that, just feel free to use hashtag TYC GivingTuesday on Twitter. You can also message us personally at transyouthchannel@gmail.com, or alternatively, you can also post it into the YouTube link down below. Otherwise, we should be all set as far as that goes. What's the next question that we were...
On top of all of that, I actually have a little bit more to say. I personally have tried multiple times to gain weight. I went from 1,700 calories a day or less to 3,500 calories a day. And that was hard. It was a lot of food. But I ate that much, and I did that for a month. And I stopped doing that because my body flipped out and lost weight. So it's not just bigger people. I'm extremely unhealthy, and I can't help it. I eat cheeseburgers. I eat all that junk food that you can think of. I eat it. I do not exercise. I wouldn't risk losing any more weight by exercising. So it's not just a bigger people are lazy or they're eating wrong. It's some of us small people can't get it. There's nothing we can do. It's our predispositioned body, I guess.
Oh, sorry. Other questions, Ari?
Yeah, I was gonna comment on the health comment when people tell people based on their weight whether or not they're healthy. I think that that's kind of a disingenuous thing, because most of the time when people say, you know, I just worry because I want you to be healthy or whatever, I don't think that they actually are saying that out of concern for the person's health. They're saying that
concern for the person's health ever. Anybody that wants to pretend like it's out of the concern for the person's health needs to get a clue check, because it is not about the person's health. It's about what they've been programmed to believe as beautiful, and they're going to make it seem like they care when it's none of their dang business. If they're a doctor, then they can have an opinion.
Yeah.
I love
your sister.
Classy. Oh my god.
And now you know where I get it. You're so feisty. But I honestly do fairly agree with Ari in saying that when it does come to someone's health, we need to be balancing whether or not that's actually a matter of health risk or a matter of societal risk. Someone is obese, they're going to start getting looked at. Mental issues can happen. Like when we look at a lot of binge eating disorders, like myself specifically, I have told people that is the case. Oh my god, an adorable pup. But when we look at a lot of binge eating disorders, typically being negative and telling a person that they just need to, quote, stop eating as much, actually results in the opposite. They start eating more. They start feeling more shame. They start feeling inwardly like they're not worth anything. And when people are looking at binge eating, many times it's as a result of emotional eating. So when you make them emotional by telling them they're not worth much or depressing them, it makes the issue worse. So we need to be looking at what we're saying to someone. Is it really in regards to their health and mental well-being, or is it in regards to just, nah, you are fat, whatever, just lose weight?
But why are we worrying about other people's health? Because, I mean, we don't know anything about these other people, yet what is it in our space to say, oh yeah, you're overweight? Let's see if I know much about your past to know if this is just a lazy problem or if it's an actual health problem. Like, we don't know that, and that's why we should just say, you know, I mean, you might have some health issues that you might need to work out yourself, but I'm not going to worry about that. You might be working on it, you might not be, but in the meantime, you're still beautiful. Right. You know?
Exactly, and if you don't have anything nice to say, then you shouldn't say it. It's none of your business. It's not your business to tell somebody that they're ugly because you think they are, or because they don't come up to society standards. It's not business. It's not your place. And the problem with our society today is we haven't taught the children their place and what it is acceptable to do. We've set the bar way low. And when you're polite, I mean, there's that thing on Facebook that I'm being polite and yet I'm being mistaken for flirting because nobody knows what being polite is. And that's the same with everything you think about and everything you talk about. You don't know where it's okay anymore. because everything's okay, and it's not.
I think the problem is we have this idea that there's going to be, like, even if there is a legitimate health issue, we have this idea that there's going to be one magic cure that works for everybody. And the truth is everyone's body is different. And what works well for one person with regards to, like, if it's something that they want to change, it's not necessarily going to work for another person. And I think that can be applied to the trans community too, in that there are a lot of different ways people can physically transition if they want, and there's not necessarily one true path to transitioning, and there's not one true path to having a healthy body, because everybody's different and everybody's gender and their goals are going to be different. And, like, you know, you're going to have people who can't go on hormones because they have health problems that would hurt them if they did that. And then they have to find alternative methods of doing that. And then you have, like, you know, X amount of exercise and eating these foods won't work for everybody. Because some people, like, you know, not everybody can be... like, a vegetarian diet is healthier for some people and it's less healthy for other people. It's not universally, like, a more healthy thing to do. And it's just like any other diet. Like, our society tends to, like, latch on to, like, these popular foods or popular exercise routines. And we say, this one diet will solve all of your problems forever. Or, like, if you eat pomegranates, then they will make you look youthful. And I think that it's mostly just people making stuff up and, like, spreading it around. And I think that that really hurts people to take that kind of blanket approach to something that is so personal and individual.
On that note, my friend Elizabeth, she literally is allergic to pretty much every plant out there. She cannot eat plants. She can only eat meat and roots. Literally. So, I mean, the dietary needs for each individual person are just as diverse as the sizes. And it goes back to the animals. You've got your herbivores, and you've got your omnivores, and then you've got your carnivores. And the truth is, humans are the same way, whether society wants to accept that fact or not.
Well, either way, are there any other questions that we haven't been to tackle? Hi, Ryan. Hello.
Hi.
Hi. How are you?
I'm gay today.
You're good? Okay.
Yeah.
Welcome to Giving Tuesday with Traci's channel.
Oh, thanks you. And do you like it?
Yeah. Yeah. What's everyone else saying?
We're interviewing somebody, Elizabeth from Body Image right now, just to give you a heads up on what's going on.
Yeah. Have you been watching us for a while, or have you been just viewing us, or?
Let's rolling a joint.
Okay, that's okay. We're based in Colorado, so I don't know. Have you been dedicating any donations to Traci's channel, or?
Can I get some fries with that shake?
Okay.
Oh, I'm so fucking high.
Okay. Is there anything that you want to say in regards to Giving Tuesday with Traci's channel? Have you made a dedication yet?
I'm just interested in sex, drugs, and rock and roll. I have no idea.
Okay, well, you just came into a Google Hangout. It's live, and it's going to be on YouTube in and of itself. So Trans Youth Channel is looking to do a giving. Are you planning on dedicating any donations? Do you have anything that you would like to say in favor of LGBT-friendly family or friends or anything like that?
It's a really nice question.
Okay.
But
Is there anything you would like to say in regards to beauty image?
my family died. Yeah.
Oh, I'm really sorry to hear about that.
It's a terrible accident.
Was
a
it?
long years ago. Yeah, it's a bullshit.
I'm really sorry to hear about that. Are any of them LGBT? Are they people that you would like to dedicate a donation to for Trans Youth Channel? Well, if it's not related to Trans Youth Channel, we may go ahead and we do.
I take over the control.
Okay. So if it's not related to Trans Youth Channel, we will need to move on as far as that goes, and we want to make sure that other people who are related to Trans Youth Channel are able to come in. Okay?
Yeah, sure.
So what we'll do is we'll go ahead and move you away from the channel, and we'll allow any other volunteers, if you're watching this channel or anything and you would like to be on the Google Hangout in order to share a dedication or offer anything in a friend or family member's name for Trans Youth Channel, simply go to transyouthchannel.org/GivingTuesday, where you can donate, you can pledge, you can treat any of your other people, and you can also come here onto the Google Hangout as well. So feel free to do so. That was some wonderful music, though. That was good. Either way, we kind of may have gotten sidetracked in regards to that, but is there anything else we want to talk about for beauty image?
I kind of want to say something. Sure. In regards to beauty image, going back to what we were talking about. Before we wrap up and stuff, I do want to say thank you for coming on to this video call with us. Because although you have changed my views on a lot of things, you've also made me feel more comfortable with myself being a heavier person in the trans community itself due to a health reason, because I do have polycystic ovarian syndrome, which does kind of take the point out of exercising, really. I mean, you can still do it, but it's doing nothing, if that makes sense. Yeah. So that's been really difficult. So you talking today has touched me, so thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, absolutely. And Liz, before you do go, there's always a very, very important question. For Giving Tuesday, if you were to give a donation, who would you dedicate it to?
Oh, I'm sorry. You already missed that question.
Oh, we missed it. Aw.
Yeah, they asked me that question.
Say it again because I like it.
They asked me all the questions, but I told them, I kind of went off topic because they didn't ask me the question about our relationship. But for Giving Tuesday, I would have done it in primarily your name. Kind of our relationship and everything that we've gone through growing up, and then you coming out and how it wasn't that big of a surprise, and what I think that you're doing is just immensely loving toward everybody, especially the trans community, and just how much of an inspiration you are to me and how much I look up to you. That would be the primary giving reason. The other reasons I would give, though, I didn't talk about, and so I would give probably in Gabrielle's name. I don't really know her very well, but I was a cashier at the time. She came in and she was cashing a check. I had no no idea. But then she shows me her driver's license, and of course she outed herself in front of me because she had to cash the check. And I was just like, oh, well, do you want to go by Charlie, or what should I call you? You know, what's your preferred name? And she was like, oh, I like Gabrielle. And I'm like, well, that is awesome, Gabrielle. You are gorgeous, and I will get this done for you, and it's really nice to meet you. And I made sure that she knew that, in my opinion, there was nothing different from anybody else around me. She was applying for a job at Walmart, and I encouraged her to do so. I was hoping that my Walmart was a little bit advanced than it turned out to be, but she was just a really bubbly girl. Gosh, she was so funny. And it's hard to meet women that are taller than me, so that was a plus. So yeah, I probably would give in her name too, and then I would probably give in our brother James's name, just because he's an LGBT as well, and I always feel like when you're giving in the name of somebody for something like this, it should be someone that's directly involved or has made themselves involved. So I guess if I had met an advocate, then I probably would have nominated it or dedicated it to them, but I haven't really met an advocate like myself, so I hope that I will, and when I do, I will dedicate it to them.
Okay. Well, definitely. Thank you so much, Liz. I really do appreciate it, and also thank you so much for making a show and coming and supporting Beauty Image and maintaining that partnership with us as well.
Yeah, not a problem. Thank you for having me, and I appreciate being on here and having a chance to actually talk about how I'm an advocate and where that advocacy comes and how it's actually related, because in my mind, Beauty Image is not a cis-only organization. It's for everybody to get to that point where everybody's like, oh, it's for everybody, not just for women.
Absolutely. Also, to all of our viewers, before we do just kind of jump in, because Dr. Traci Lowenthaal is actually with us right now. That was actually Beauty. Hi. That was actually Beauty Image, also partnering with Trans Youth Channel. We're looking to do a lot with a lot of our organizations. If you have any questions, you would like to get in contact with them or anything like that, just go to Beauty Image Is You on Facebook. Or you can also email transyouthchannel@gmail.com in order to receive more information on that. Otherwise, we should be all set for Beauty Image. Thank you so much for coming on, Liz, and we'll kind of jump right on into Creative Insights. Does that sound okay?
Have fun. See ya.
All right. Bye.
Uh-oh. Oh. What is that?
I think that would be Liz's thing.
Oh, it's cool, whatever it is.
I'm trying to let go, and it's not letting me go.
Oh no.
I can help you.
Okay, you can hang around if you want. I'm okay with that. Sisterly love, right? All right, I'm gonna go ahead and mute you until you can figure that out. I think it's not letting me mute you. So that's interesting.
You're meant to stay with us for a while.
So Tracy, this is actually Elizabeth. She's with Beauty Image. She's another partner organization from right before you, as far as
awesome. That. No worries at all.
Yeah,
I'm
absolutely.
Happy to see so many people here. This is great.
Yeah, and it looks like we currently have 2 other viewers with us. I think we lost a few in the transition from one Google Hangout to another. We had to change the link because apparently YouTube only allows for 8-hour-long live thing. So I'm glad you managed to make it.
Yes, and so you guys have been at this for 12 hours, is that correct?
Yeah.
We're on hour 9.
What was that?
We're on hour 9.
Oh, wow.
9 out of 12. Yeah, and you'll be able to join us for the cake, right?
Yes, and I have a wimpy little cupcake that fell over in my car, but I have one.
Okay. We might want a picture of it.
Okay. It's pretty sad, but I will let you take a picture.
Okay. So to all of our viewers, before we do get started, Creative Insights is probably one of our most active partnerships, primarily because of several networks and other programs that we're planning to run in the background, including one of our biggest prospective programs moving into 2015, which your donation for Giving Tuesday that you're dedicating to your friends and family members will go in order to support. Essentially, it's going to be a large support group, starting first with transgender youth and hopefully branching out to SAGE programs, people who are elderly, over 50, genderqueer individuals, people who identify with various different genders. And we're hoping eventually to have support groups going for all sorts of different demographics to make sure that you, the online individual who's closeted, still have that access to a resource, even if you may not have that in your local area. Dr. Lowenthaal is actually going to be helping out. So Traci, just kind of getting started, do you want to first introduce yourself and what your organization does, what it's about?
Sure. So I'm Traci Lowenthaal. Thanks for having me, everybody. I'm a clinical psychologist, and I have offices in Southern California. And I work primarily myself with trans individuals, gender fluid, gender non-conforming. I've been using the term gender creative lately. That seems to work for a lot of people. But that's been the focus of my work for the last about 11 years. And so in partnering with trans youth and going forward, I'm really looking forward to finding ways to support trans youth even more than I am now just in my clinical work, and the opportunity to work with group facilitators as you embark on this journey to have support groups online. I'm really excited about that. But our organization is a small psychotherapy office, and I've been really excited to have the opportunities I've had to work with trans individuals. So this is, working with all of you is truly a privilege for me to get to expand on what I've been doing just in my office on a one-on-one basis. So this is a great opportunity.
Awesome, that's great. So how many, do you mind if I ask, how many trans people and other people have you recommended in your practice and things like that, if you don't mind me asking? Like
recommended letters, you mean?
Kind of, yes.
I've written one surgery letter, and I don't know how many hormone letters at this point. I really don't know how many more hormone letters I've written. And I have an individual now, I'm very excited, my youngest client that I get to write a letter for, who is 15. So really, really excited about that opportunity, that this person is getting to embark upon this journey earlier than so many of my other clients.
So you're definitely experienced as far as a lot of trans individuals go, and as a trans-friendly therapist. And
yeah.
I definitely want to thank you for that, like, personally. I know that a lot of times that can be a fairly difficult journey to get started with. It's definitely a little bit of a learning curve.
Oh, yeah. It is a learning curve, but I've been so fortunate that the people that I've worked with, my clients, you know, it's never an individual's role to educate their therapist, but sometimes it becomes necessary. You know, if you're educating your therapist more often than your therapist is educating you, that's a problem. But I think, Samantha, you shared a story about your own experience, maybe, if I'm remembering correctly. Somebody on the last Hangout mentioned that their therapist had very little or no experience, and so it became a learning curve for everyone involved. And so I've been just so privileged to work with people who are willing to share their experiences and their knowledge with me. So it's been awesome.
I can't necessarily speak for a lot of trans people, but I do know that the trans community educating a lot of therapists is just something that has to happen as far as making it more common and everything. I had a therapist, her name was Anne, who had just come out as a lesbian around the same time I asked her to counsel me for trans stuff. So it was kind of a pretty steep learning curve getting to know both branches of the LGBT community, especially since she identified as one.
Right.
It was interesting. I asked a lot of questions out of the center of Colorado and a few other resources here in Colorado in order to give her the resources that she really needed. And she got started primarily because of that identity there. I was kind of wondering what prompted you to cater to LGBT individuals as a part of your practice. Do you have a specific patient or a specific story that kind of prompted you to do so?
A couple of things in my personal life before I decided to be a therapist. A very close friend of mine was a closeted gay man, and we actually dated for a long time, and I didn't know he was gay until much, much later. And so that really shifted my perspective, that someone I was so close to could keep something so powerful to himself, and the burden that that created for him. And so that was, I was 17 when that happened, and so that really shifted things for me. And then when I decided to become a therapist, I'm kind of an overachiever sometimes, and I'll just jump in and say whoever I need to see, I will see the most difficult client. And no one wanted to see this woman, and she happened to be trans, and she taught me so much. And she did challenge me in a lot of ways. And so from that moment, I became someone who was willing to work with a group of people that not a lot of people had experience with yet in the setting that I was in. So this was like 11 years ago, and they said, well, Traci will work with that person because she's had this experience. And so I just kept getting referrals of trans people. And then I grew to really love the individual. Love is a strong word for a therapist. Appreciate maybe is a better word. I really appreciate and love the work that I've been able to do with trans folks. And you can't work with these individuals, I don't think, with people and not become an advocate. I don't know how I could be a therapist and not also an ally or an advocate, you know. So, go ahead.
Yeah, so also toward our viewers and also toward everyone on the Hangout right now, I do have a question. I'd like you guys to share your stories with a lot of therapists, whether or not you've received one or whether or not you're still looking for a trans-friendly therapist. Definitely toss it into the comments down below for YouTube, or you can also send it to us via Twitter using hashtag TYC GivingTuesday. Or if you want to remain closeted, I know that a large majority of our community probably is, you can also send us an email at transyouthchannel@gmail.com so that we can hear from that. Does anyone here want to share any specific stories as far as finding their own therapist? Or?
Yeah, so I started seeing a therapist somewhat recently in the past month or so, and I wasn't able to find any reliable recommendations for my area because I found that was the #1 way that trans people found therapists was through personal recommendations from other trans people. And because of that, I've been trying to collect personal recommendations into files and share them with my trans groups online because it's just really hard to find if you don't have a local trans community. So what I did, because I couldn't find those reliable personal recommendations, is I went to the Psychology Today website, and they have a lookup there where you can search for therapists. And I searched for therapists who had gender identity related issues as one of their specialties, because I figured that would increase my chance of finding somebody who was going to be accepting in that way. And of course I also looked for somebody who had other specialties that were meant to me, but you just enter your zip code and it'll allow you to look up a huge list of psychiatrists. Even in my area, I found at least 8 people, and then I was able to narrow it down from there.
So for our viewers as well, we'll be able to edit and record this video later on, so we'll likely have something here on the screen or whatever. But Ari, would you be able to track down that resource and email it to us so that we can have it available? And if you do want to access it, just give us a quick shout out once again on Twitter, Facebook, or down in the YouTube comments below. And we'll be able to get that to you here after our 12-hour Google Hangout Giving Tuesday. We also had another individual kind of join in, Death's Dream. What's your name?
I'm AJ.
That's AJ.
Hi.
Oh, hi AJ.
Hello.
How are you?
I'm good.
Okay. This is actually the other half of Faces for Equality, just so you know.
Hi.
Hi. We did an interview for Faces for Equality a little bit earlier. Did you manage? I don't know.
I was still in school.
Oh, okay. That makes sense. That's fine. Do you have any questions in regards to the finding a therapist type topic that we just suggested, especially with Traci here, who can answer like a ton of your questions?
Hopefully, right?
I don't actually, but thank you.
Okay, that's fine.
Yes.
Well, does anyone else have any input they want on that question, or? Zara's a little bit dark, so I'm not
As
sure.
somebody they would personally recommend, I try to keep a online resource so that to help more people find them. So if you have, and I put Creative Insights on there when I heard about you guys too. So if you have people to recommend, I'll be posting a link to the ongoing lists that I'm keeping, and that would be awesome.
And
Yeah,
kind of
that would be great. And Samantha, you know this, and maybe the other people on the call should know too. I recently started a Facebook group for trans affirmative therapists. And so we've got about 150 members now of people all over the country who identify as trans affirmative therapists. And so you're on there, Samantha. So I think what can happen is if someone needs a therapist in a particular town, Samantha, you can post there, you can ask me to post there, and we can just put a question out, who's available in this city. And even if someone in the group is not, they probably know someone else who is.
Right.
Which is, I'm really loving that group. We've been sharing a lot of resources, and so that I'm hoping that becomes a really great place for trans youth to help people locate a therapist.
Yeah, and that was actually going to be a really vital question for this interview, because that seems to be kind of where Creative Insights is going, kind of as an anchor organization that carries like a national name for it, that allows you to find a network and therapists so that you can ask through private channels with Trans Youth Channel and with other nonprofit organizations where therapists might be available, and then we can get you connected to Creative Insights, which has this absolutely wonderful Facebook network. I've seen it used time and time again. It's just so admirable that this is happening. And
Samantha, I have to tell you, it was accidental. Honestly, I saw some people asking for an LGBT friendly therapist, and there was a few answers, and I thought, oh, I'll just create this great directory. That'll be easy. And then the enormity of that task hit me, and I thought, oh, no, there's got to be an easier way to do this. And so I just started this group, and so affirming therapists, no other affirming therapists, and they're all inviting each other to join, and it's taken off. It's been up for maybe a month, and there's like 150 people in it already. And this is separate from the WPATH Facebook page. So this is open to therapists who may not yet be a member of WPATH, but then may decide to do that. So it's a really rich resource, and I'm really, really excited about it, and I'm hoping that it continues to grow.
Yeah. Do you see yourself doing anything like really special with it, like creating a Google map and asking people to toss their location sets on there, or?
You know, that's a really great idea. You honestly, Samantha, you are way ahead of me on the whole technical side, so I may reach out to you for ideas, but I think that's a good idea to be able to say, you know, here is where everyone is. Here's a link to a map that shows where people are, you know, and then make it a goal to add people in every state, you know, in every major city, in every small town. It would be really cool to just light up a map like that.
Yeah. Trans Youth Channel, this hasn't necessarily been something that's publicized, but I figure why not? Let's talk about it now. And Zara, you may want to help me on this, since it was kind of an idea that we were both kind of tossing around together. But essentially, we were thinking about doing something, and we actually already have the domain, and it's called transmap.org. And I think that this is probably going to be the thing that goes on my tombstone when it comes to advocacy.
It's awesome.
We're hoping to have a map that includes statistics, live attained statistics from various different people doing live surveys, like one-question surveys, kind of like LinkedIn kind of does. And we would take those live statistics, we would put them in, and in addition to those questions, we would ask for slight contact information from businesses and organizations and LGBT-friendly therapists and doctors and all these things. And we would have this statistical map that every single dot of data, once zoomed in, becomes a dot of data for the state, and then becomes a dot of data for the region, and then the county, and then the city. And once you zoom down enough into the city or the area, it becomes an actual Google map where you can narrow it, like LGBT-friendly therapists. And then it will say, Wyoming is 30% LGBT-friendly in the therapist region. And then you would zoom in, and it'd be like, to Arvada County. Arvada County has like 7 LGBT-friendly therapists. And then you can click on the one that's next to you.
Wow, that's awesome.
And I think that would be an amazing partnership at some point in the future.
Yeah, that's an amazing idea. I love that.
Yeah. What does everyone else think about this? This was kind of tossed out there, like that's a 5-year plan for Trans Youth Channel, but we might be able to accelerate it if the data's already being gathered.
Yeah.
I think
that's wonderful.
When I just joined as a volunteer, but when I was looking at the Trans Youth Channel website, and they had the little feedback thing, one of the things I was going to suggest was to make a map, a U.S. map or whatever map of like all of the partnerships that you guys have that have local resources for trans people. And then second, I was going to say, because, you know, trans-friendly medical professionals are also a big area of need, and I think that might actually be like one of the biggest things that people who don't have local support that they know of would, yeah, it just seemed to fit with our mission statement really well.
AJ, since you're here with Faces for Equality, what is your opinion on a lot of this, especially since we're looking at quite a lot of very exciting things happening with Faces for Equality?
Yes, definitely. I completely agree. I think that it's a really good thing to have something online that anyone can reach out to, especially people who don't have the ability to go and be like, Mom, Dad, you know, whoever, I want an LGBT-friendly therapist. But to have the chance to actually go somewhere and be like, oh, this person's not a specific LGBT therapist, but they are LGBT-friendly, and like be able to kind of pull that in even though they're not allowed to like tell anybody. I think it's very important.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it's a really awesome idea, and for viewers, if you want that to be like the end goal for Trans Youth Channel, toss it down below. Like, give us a quick like on the button or whatever, and we'll use that as a voting system. Otherwise, if you want to see us go anywhere else to any other direction, just let us know in the comments. But you want the end goal of Trans Youth Channel, how you want it to look in the next 5 years. And we'll definitely put it on. We might send out a survey or a quick poll in our next census next year, and we'll see how that works. But either way, we kind of got a little bit off track there. I think it was a good conversation, though.
Absolutely.
That same thing has got to also happen in Canada, just so you know. The exact same thing.
That's happening in Canada already?
No. We're going to do it. We got to make it happen.
We'll make it Canada-wide. And you know what? We also have a lot of volunteers in Australia, so we can't forget that.
Yeah, Australia, of course.
Oh, wow. This is going to be so massive.
This is awesome.
Myself into. You're helping, just so you know.
Okay. I missed out on the conversation, but I'm in.
This is Kenley. She's one of our newer individuals, and Kenley is actually going to be one of our first facilitators that Traci is going to be helping with as far as that goes. So, Kenley, meet Traci.
Hello.
Nice to meet you.
Awesome.
I am really excited about it.
Me too. This is going to be awesome.
Yeah. So as far as the group goes, is there any way that we'd be able to offer or suggest a lot of our LGBT-friendly therapists to you? Do you have a specific way of doing that?
I'm sorry, what was that?
So as far as getting LGBT-friendly therapists into that network, is there a preferred method of doing that, or should we just be messaging you with like a page? Or?
Yeah, I don't know if you could. The easiest way is for them to request a membership in the Facebook page, but if I get an email for an affirming therapist, if someone can send me an email, I'm happy to reach out to them and introduce them to that group.
Okay. What we could do, if you wanted, since we're actually currently in the middle of developing partnership pages, is like we're going to be asking you for a description, and AJ, you as well. We're going to be asking you for a description of your organization. What we could do is we could actually put a button underneath that description that says join the LGBT Facebook page or suggest a therapist, and it can we do a form.
Yeah, that'd be fantastic.
That's a really good idea.
So I was wondering something really quick. What is the security status of your trans affirmative therapist group? Because I was searching for it and couldn't find it.
Yeah, it's a closed group. I don't think I identified it as a secret group, but it's a closed group, so you have to request permission to join.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Maybe we could just get a link to it.
I can definitely. Oh, I lost you for a second. Yeah, but for sure I can provide a link to Samantha or on my Facebook page or however we need to do it, but a link that you can share with other therapists would be fantastic.
Yeah, absolutely. That's actually a pretty amazing idea, and I'm kind of happy that we had that kind of sidetrack conversation. I think that it is definitely a very good one to have. If any viewers who are watching this are still in need of a therapist or anything like that, keep in mind that even though this group is closed, you still do have access to it, especially if you want to do so anonymously. Just email transyouthchannel@gmail.com and we'll get you in contact with Traci. Or Traci, if you want to share your email directly, we can probably put it into the YouTube description.
Okay.
Is that something that you feel comfortable doing?
Oh, sure. So my email is drtraci@creativeinsightscounseling.com. So.
Sounds good. I think we're good on that. So let's go ahead and switch gears a little bit to some more topic-based questions as far as that goes. One of the biggest things that we get with Trans Youth Channel, we get a lot of people asking a lot of questions repetitively, which we're working on. We're planning on a video archive and everything like that. Seems to be one of the biggest hurdles that trans people tend to face when they've just come out and they're not really too sure what to do, especially when they're under the age of 18, is finding a therapist that is willing to counsel them. So in your opinion, what would you personally say to a closeted youth under the age of 18 looking for a therapist, especially if their parents are unaware or won't let them transition? What would you say to them as far as finding the correct resources?
Yeah, that's a really tough one. And I'll be honest, every state is different. So I know that for California, an underage person can seek mental health counseling on their own if they're over the age of 12 and they are deemed to be mature enough to participate in therapy. their parents do not have to grant permission. But it's a really tricky place for a therapist to be. So I don't know that a lot of therapists are willing to do that. One of you mentioned, and I'm sorry, I'm not sure what your name is, but one of you mentioned, maybe it was you, AJ, the idea of seeking therapy, talking to your parents about getting some therapy, but maybe not being gender focused.
Yes.
If that makes sense. I never want to encourage someone to be dishonest or to lie, but I think we all know that if we're experiencing gender issues, there's probably other things happening too that we could benefit from counseling, right? Mm-hmm. Anxiety, depression, all sorts of stuff. So sometimes people can seek therapy without outing themselves, and sometimes their families will be supportive of therapy in a general sense if they don't know the specifics of it.
Yeah, that's also great. It's also great about the website and the webpage that you created, especially to say, oh, well, they might not be gender specific, but they are, friendly.
Exactly. So they're willing and interested in still serving a group of people that they might not have a ton of experience with, but they're willing and interested in learning as much as they can.
Yeah.
Because, gender is one part of a person, right? So your gender identity may be something that's really, really impacting you, but you're also dealing with other things. And so you want a therapist who's well-rounded, who can work with you on a bunch of different things. So that one piece of advice is talk to your family about getting therapy, but maybe omitting the gender piece at first, if that's possible. And Samantha, what you're creating here in terms of the support groups, that's going to be an awesome resource. I think for people that can't get therapy itself, trying to connect as much as possible with others online is really, really important. Knowing that there are other people around, even if it's on the internet, that understand where you're coming from is huge. The internet's great in that it can help us avoid isolation. So I definitely would recommend that people do not isolate. If there's a way to connect with a Facebook group, even there's so many Facebook groups now for different gender identities, and so if there's a way even just to get on there, and I'm in some of those groups, and I just see kids get on there sometimes and post. Today I had so much dysphoria at gym class, and 12 people will jump on and say, dude, I've been there, I know what that's like, hang in there, and it's just that.
Did Tracy freeze?
His connection?
What's that?
I think you froze for a little bit. I think the bit rate got a little bit high because of the amount of people here. So,
okay.
Some are on wireless are going to end up getting somewhat shoddy connections.
Okay. So what I was saying is that if there's a way to connect to other gender creative people on the internet, that's definitely something that can help you feel less isolated.
I would definitely agree with that and also echo it, at least from Trans Youth Channel side. If you can't get a therapist, you still need to have some form of support or you're going to go crazy, especially when it does come to dysphoria, which can really mess with your mind a lot. You can get a lot of depression and a lot of other issues as a result of this terrible feeling. And I would also argue that that's not specific to gender dysphoria. It could also be the same to body dysmorphia, like we talked about with beauty.
Absolutely.
And it could also be with sexuality. If you're closeted as gay, bisexual, transgender, really anything, it can have additional negative effects. It's that whole idea of getting something off your chest.
Right.
So use your online resources. If you can't get a certified therapist, try to find a support group and go to it privately.
Right, right. And I think the other tough thing is for people who want to get therapy and their parents aren't supportive, even if you can find a therapist that is willing to work with you as a minor, there's still a financial piece, right? So it can be really difficult to find the funding to see a therapist too, and so that's another way that the online resources can really come in handy, because it's free to pop into a Facebook group and talk. And I want to warn people too. You have to be able to manage negativity too, because you see people jump in there and say ridiculous things, or the internet is full of trolls, right? So you have to be careful and pay attention.
We had one about 15 minutes ago. So.
Oh, really? In the Hangout?
Sorry. I hope you saw Celine's comment. I don't know if that actually shows live as well.
Yeah, I can't see any comments. I can just see the pictures.
Okay. Celine.
A good one? Did I miss something awesome?
The exact comment was pulling from my statement. It's about getting something off your chest.
Yeah.
Was,
oh, I gotcha.
Guys, that is literally the case.
Right. Absolutely.
I second that.
Hashtag best TYC moments.
You guys have been online way too long, huh?
Things tend to get a little bit crazy. Things tend to get loopy toward the end of it, but hey, at least.
I hear you.
Yeah. So I would also like to mention, because we did come up on the half hour, for those of you who are watching and everything, thank you guys so much for all of the time that you guys have put in. I don't know how long you guys have been watching, but this is a 12-hour Google Hangout for Trans Youth Channel on Giving Tuesday. We've had a ton of amazing organizations, from Faces for Equality to Colorado State University, Aaric Guerriero. And also we have Creative Insights, Dr. Traci with us, Lowenthaal. And she's currently answering a lot of questions about therapy and answering many of the most common questions that we here at Trans Youth Channel tend to receive. In the meantime, we are also not that far away from the end of the night, so make sure that you do go to transyouthchannel.org/donate and offer your dedication by the end of the night tonight, 2nd of December, Giving Tuesday, because during this point in time, we will actually have Network for Good, another partnering organization with us, matching your funds, $1 for every $25. And as even more, your dedications towards your friends, your family, and your loved ones who are LGBT, this dedication is for you and it's for them. Give the gift of support, public support, and who knows, a lot of the people who are closeted in your same area, your closeted friends and your closeted family, will feel all the better about coming out to you as a safe person and a confidant with your donation towards someone else. If you don't have anyone that you would be able to dedicate a donation to, that's perfectly fine and okay. We will take any dedicated anonymous donations and we will dedicate them to one person from the TDOR list, Transgender Day of Remembrance, those who have lost their lives due to hate crime for being who they are, trans individuals. Thank you guys so much. We're going to go ahead and jump right on into our interview with Dr. Traci Lowenthaal again. And we do have another question kind of related to the previous one. People who are 18 and looking for therapy. What about those who are having issues finding therapists in their area? I know that in Cheyenne and a few other places specifically, none of the therapists that I called, I had like 18, 19 therapists in Cheyenne that I called, and none of them were willing to do so. Do you think that online therapy is an option, especially for a large majority of the trans community?
I do. You know, things have come a long way for online therapists. The issue with that is that the therapist still has to be licensed in the state in which you reside. So, for instance, I couldn't provide online therapy to someone in Wyoming. That would be illegal. But you can do life coaching, which is similar to therapy. So that's one way some therapists get around it, is they call what they do life coaching instead of therapy. But I would be cautious about that, especially when we're dealing with things like wanting to transition and letters and recommendations and things like that. So I do think online therapy can work. I've done, you know, it's much like what we're doing right now. You can see your therapist and talk to them, and it's as close to being there as you can. So if as long as you're within the same state and you have a therapist that's trans friendly and willing to do that, I think that absolutely can work.
Wonderful. Is there anything else that you would like to add in regards to advice for individuals who are looking for or having trouble with finding a LGBT-friendly therapist?
Yeah, you know, I just have to say don't give up. We are out there, and it might take a lot of effort to find somebody, but like one of the viewers mentioned earlier, reach out to the people that you know that might identify as trans and see who they've seen, or find out who they've seen. There's a lot of ways, you know, obviously Trans Youth is one of them now. There's a lot of ways to search for therapists, and it is possible to find someone, so don't think that you won't. You know, you just have to keep working at it, and it can be frustrating and a pain, honestly, but keep working at it, because once you find somebody that's a good fit for you, it can really make all the difference.
I'd also like to pick your brain a little bit selfishly, especially for Trans Youth Channel. As you may remember, and we've already talked about this kind of, but we are about to launch, and we're taking it to the board for certification as to how it's going to work right now. We're about to launch a support group session, and Kenley will actually be a facilitator who's going to be trained. We're also going to have another one, Jake, who is actually the over 25 facilitator currently for Trans Youth Channel, will also be a facilitator. And Traci, you're planning to do some work as far as some training and things like that. What would you recommend for anyone who wants to facilitate their own support group, either with Trans Youth Channel or locally? What would you recommend they have to know, and how would you recommend they receive that information?
I think one of the most important things that we have to know when we're working with a group of people is what to do in the case of an emergency. And by emergency, I mean, what do you do if you have someone who is letting you know that they're suicidal or that they're a danger to themselves? It's really important to have resources that you can provide to them. Because it's not a mental health support group, you're not bound by the same rules. So, for instance, if I'm in a group, I have certain rules that let me know if I can breach someone's confidentiality. Okay, when Henley, like when you're doing a group, you're not bound by that. So if you're worried about someone's safety, you can try and do something about that by calling someone to help them or providing them with resources. So I think as a group facilitator, it's important to know that may happen, that you may have to provide that kind of resource for someone, and also to have a resource for yourself if that were to come up, because that can be really, really emotionally draining to have to help someone through that, you know. So I think having safeguards in place for a group is really, really important. And that's something that I'm hoping, as I am able to participate in the training, to be able to provide. Samantha, working with you and the facilitators, coming up with kind of a plan for how do we handle this kind of situation and how do we handle this kind of situation. So getting that all kind of laid out before the groups are launched.
Definitely.
As we showed on our group, they just launched, at least in the United States, the first trans-only crisis hotline, trans lines.
Yeah. So that can be one of the many resources that we provide in the groups. This is an emergency number that you can reach out to.
Absolutely. I was actually about to mention that. Thank you so much, Ari. There is also a brand new, it's been taking the entire Facebook page by storm. It's gone viral. They now have a trans-specific hotline where everyone on that area is, one, safe zone trained, and two, trained as far as trans-related issues go. So if you're having particular issues with dysphoria and you're feeling like it's getting to the point where suicide is feeling like an option for you, you'll be able to call them, you'll be able to speak directly with someone who does understand, because they've taken so much time trying to. And it's not that they'll understand your specific situation, it's just that they'll have some help. They'll give you some resources, and they will be able to empathize. which I think is an absolutely amazing resource. Jaden, you wanted to add something?
Well, to go on that, it's funny that you brought that up, but my friend is, well, kind of my friend, I don't know, but my friend, well, okay, starting over. My friend is actually like a volunteer for them, and they're the actual person who is like training people. So they're training me to become one of like the crisis people to actually answer the phone calls. So, a little personal connection with that. I'm probably volunteering for them. So.
That's cool. Wow, Jaden. Jeez. Not only are you volunteering for us, but you're volunteering for Faces for Equality and the Trans Hotline. Your resume is better than mine is.
Serious.
And I'm also going to be like,
Awesome.
the new student ambassador leader for Lesson, New Hampshire. Just putting that out there too.
Yay! Uh-oh, I lost sound.
No, you didn't, I don't think.
Can you hear?
I can hear Jaden now. Okay.
Hi. And I'm also going to be a student ambassador. Samantha, are you still with us?
Oh, I lost sound. Uh-oh, I lost sound. Coming back.
Can you hear?
I don't know what's
I can hear Jaden now.
I think we crashed. Hello?
Hello? Hi, I'm still here.
Okay. Samantha, are you still here?
I think.
Hey.
Yeah.
Hi. Hi, am I still here?
Okay.
Yeah, you're here. You
Okay.
froze in an awkward position, but you're here.
What was my awkward position? Was I just like,
You're just like.
yeah, anyway. JJ's impressive. Moving along.
Yes. Right. And I think, Samantha, it might be great, you know, for JJ or Henley, once the training has happened, you know, you can have group speakers come to groups.
Actually, what we're planning to do by the end of it all is we're planning to open it up to partner organizations. And this is kind of going to be the fruit of the program, but it takes a little while for us to actually get this down. Essentially, we want to actually, once we have the support groups going and strong and steady, and we have our facilitators able to run groups fairly well, we're planning to actually open it up to organizations. So our partner organization program will allow them to give us one of their volunteers, one of their employees or whatever, and then we'll actually train them to be a facilitator. We'll have them run a few meetings as facilitators with another facilitator present, kind of like a student type program. And then once that person is trained and we feel like they're fairly confident, we'll actually move forward with a quote like TYC certified type thing. And then they'll be able to go into their local communities and make their own support groups, which I think will be an interesting twist on that specific program. What do you think of it?
Great idea. I like the idea. It's almost as if you're going to have facilitator interns, so they get to watch the process and learn by actively participating, and then they get to go and do it on their own. I think that's the best way to learn, right? And it's great for the facilitator. The best way to learn something is to teach it. So you're really getting, both people are getting the most that they can get out of the experience.
Right, exactly. So pretty excited for that program, pretty excited for the partnership with Creative Insights, and thank you so much for all of the stuff that you've done, Tracy. There's been just so many amazing things like creating change and partnership program, and Trans Youth Channel is definitely very, very proud to be partnered with you.
Oh, thank you. I am thrilled to be a part of this. And Samantha, I have one question for you, if I might ask.
Sure.
Do you sleep? How do you do all this?
I do. I do.
Samantha and I were on the same sleep schedule. The only scary part is we're 2-hour time difference.
Yeah. I don't know how you've accomplished all that you have in the 1 year that you have, but I bow down to you. I am impressed by your energy and your enthusiasm and your ability to get all this going the way that you have.
Well, thank you. And honestly, if it was just me, I wouldn't be able to do it. I'm not going to lie.
I make you sleep sometimes, so that might help.
Yeah, she makes me go to bed. It's amazing.
Well, good.
But honestly, I wouldn't be able to do it on my own if it weren't for volunteers. Traci Channel wouldn't exist, and neither would a lot of these amazing programs. And if it weren't for all of our amazing donors and our amazing viewers in our community, I don't think that I'd be able to pull this off either. I mean, I think Zara can also speak to this point as well. There have been a lot of points in Traci's channel before we made the move to incorporate that we were pretty scantily run. We were running on a very skeleton crew, and it got very difficult to even keep Traci's channel as an entity. So thank you so much for those words. And
yeah.
Thank you to all of our volunteers and viewers and community for making it possible.
Yeah, this is exciting.
Can I say something? Okay, I also want to say thank you for the sponsorship, like personally thank you, because it's absolutely amazing that I'm actually able to go because of your sponsorship, so thank you so much.
Yeah.
I have a countdown on my wall to when I'm leaving, so
very cool.
I'm not even kidding either.
No, I'm excited. I am so excited. To me, the opportunity to do that, it's a small financial commitment for me, and what you and the rest of us will get from that small investment on my part is mind-blowing to me. What you're going to be able to bring back and share with us, and what you're going to be able to gain through going to that conference, like, it's so worth it. So worth it.
And to all of our viewers, if you're unaware, there's most likely going to be a linked video here talking about our first ever campaign that we had run, which is a TYC booster shirt campaign that was actually spent in order to get many of our youth, including JJ, who will be going, to a massive conference called Creating Change, which is one of our first things that your donation as a viewer on Traci's channel is going to go to. It's a great, great conference with over 4,000 people, over 400 nonprofit organizations, LGBT organizations, and 350 plenary sessions and workshops that are going to allow us to network with and learn how to bring all of these resources from very, very important brick-and-mortar organizations to you online as a closeted self or otherwise unconnected individual. This is going to allow us to give that information to you. Thank you so much for your donation, and Traci, thank you so much for your sponsorship on JJ's part as well. Does anyone else do that?
Samantha, please read Celine's comment.
Please read Celine's comment. Uh-oh. Okay. What's going on? A small financial commitment for me, hugely for trans kind.
I think that has to go somewhere on your page, right?
That's
TYC moment.
Ari, you should just copy paste tweet.
All right. So just as an update, by the way, we have $572.64 raised on the donation page so far.
Really?
And I'm making a donation as soon as I hang up, so.
Oh, wow.
Oh, my God. I'm going to cry. Please stop.
That's actually going to come to our last question for you, Traci. But before I do ask it, is there anything else that you want to add?
No, I think you guys are just doing an amazing, amazing job, and I'm really excited about all the growth that is planned for the next year, and just so thrilled to be a part of it, so thank you.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you for being a partner organization as well. Before we do let you go, though, we first have cake, so we're not letting you off that easy.
Okay.
And, second, we also want to make sure, and everything, it's Giving Tuesday, so in the spirit of Giving Tuesday, if you were to make a donation, who would you be dedicating it to?
I am going to donate, and I'm going to say some initials because of my role in this person's life, but I'm going to donate to KJ, who was connected to one of my clients, and KJ took her life last year, the day before Transgender Day of Remembrance. She took it on November 19th, and that was my first connection to someone who had actually chosen to die by suicide, largely because of rejection by society of their trans identity. And so I do that for her, and I do it for her partner, so that we can continue to educate people and carry on for those individuals who have not been able to carry on.
Thank you so much, and I'm very, very sorry for that loss, and I'm very sorry to that individual, and also selecting such a day. It's definitely a very big deal. A lot of people who have lost their lives, not just due to hate crimes and not just due to discrimination, but also due to suicide and self-harm. And there's just a lot of things that we need to look at in the trans community, and a lot of education that I think needs to be done in order to prevent something along those lines. So thank you so much for sharing that, and we definitely look forward to that.
And it's just, I want you all, I didn't mean to like bring it down for a minute, but I think that really highlights the fact that what we're doing here is really important, and it is life or death sometimes. And so those days when you're burned out on volunteering and all these hours that you spend doing this, remember that this matters a lot, and it makes a difference.
Right, I completely agree. And we also have a large majority of our community who's making donations in favor of these people as well. For instance, Ravnet, who JJ made a donation and dedicated to. So it's very important. If you have a friend or family member or loved one who's affected by a trans suicide or a hate crime toward trans individuals, please feel free to dedicate a donation to them so that we can throw it up on our YouTube channel, give them that support and that acknowledgement, and hopefully we can move forward from here to make a much better community that is stronger, more resolute, and we can decrease those numbers.
Absolutely.
Absolutely. So feel free to just give your donation at transyouthchannel.org/donate. If you want more information on how the Giving Tuesday donations work and the matched funds, if in by Network for Good, please go to transyouthchannel.org/GivingTuesday, and you'll be able to learn a little bit more about that.
Fantastic.
Otherwise, Traci will probably take you off the hot seat now.
Okay. Thank you. Uh-oh.
Celine. Celine. It's okay.
It's been a long day, huh?
So now that that's online and people are going to see that, and people are seeing that right now, we get to explain it. So Celine?
Sorry, you said you're going to throw it up on the YouTube channel, and that sounds crazy.
Thanks. Throw it up on the YouTube channel is not the most opportune phrase. I got it. I love you. I really do. That's TYC moment.
Really?
Yep. Hey, you're beat red. Sorry. I apologize. Moving away. On that note, I think that we're probably going to go ahead and move forward with cake and celebration, because it's almost 8 o'clock. We are 2 minutes to the time. So for those who are unaware or have joined us a little bit late, on our schedule we have had a solid I think it's now 10 hours worth of Google Hangout. We had the first one happen. It's already on YouTube. You can view it although I doubt you'll want to watch all 8 hours. But we've had a ton of partner organizations. We've had Colorado State University. We've had a few other organizations, Faces for Equality, Beauty, Image, everything. And it's also Trans Youth Channel's anniversary. So here's our absolutely lovely cake. If we want to go ahead and make a quick roundabout on there. Got the nice one for our first anniversary. Pretty excited. I hope everyone's celebrating.
Don't forget to shove a piece in Samantha's face.
Say that again?
Go get my cake too.
Yay, cake.
I said don't forget to shove a piece in Samantha's face.
Okay. Henley gets to shove a piece in my face. So over the next few minutes or so, we're going to go ahead and get ready. And Tracy, do you want to go ahead and hold that up to the Google Hangout so I can take a quick picture of it?
Can you do it?
Hold on. I think. Give me a few seconds. Oh no.
What's happening?
Your picture is now a profile.
Oh, what happened? Okay. There I am.
Okay. Alright, so I can see it now, so I should be able to take a photo.
It looks so small.
You should face it up a little bit. Like, show us the face a little bit more. There. Ah, and we have a picture. And I'm going to go ahead and save that. Yes, let's see the cake cam. Are we actually calling it a cake cam now? We're totally calling that a cake cam.
Oh my gosh.
We're going to Fox News this.
That is an awesome cake.
Yay!
Yeah, take a picture.
The cake is so pretty.
It really is.
Taking another picture. Where is Kenley? Where did Kenley and Nathaniel go?
Also, you're at her house and you have no idea where she is.
So we're over at Kenley's house. She's actually our current trainee. She's going to become a new facilitator. Zara, your cake is gummy worms. We have to take a picture of it. Picture of gummy worms. Do this. Zara.
How do you take the pictures?
I'll be taking them. All you have to do is just reach up. Ah, hi. Tracy just took a picture.
I didn't mean to, but I did.
No, all you have to do is hold it up to the camera.
Yeah.
Your camera is super dark.
Hang on.
We're taking a picture of everyone's cake. Alright, did you already eat your cake? Alright, did you already eat your cake? You can hold it up to the camera so I can take a picture of it.
Okay. Cake.
A little bit higher.
Is there too much glare?
Kind of. No, you're fine. It's okay. I'm gonna take another one now.
I feel the need to go find something because I feel so left out.
Aww.
The original plan was for you to go to Starbucks and get like coffee, but then you decided not to. So then you said that you would eat the fruit in place of it.
Ooh, I'll go get an apple. I'll be right back.
Okay, we're gonna take a picture of your apple. This is so silly. I love it. Zara, your picture is still black.
Is what?
Your picture is still black.
Is it?
Yeah.
Can nobody see me?
I can see your profile picture now.
I thought I can see me. I don't know.
I'm very happy you can see you.
Black.
Oh no.
Nothing there.
Can anyone else see Zara?
No.
No. Now she's muted too.
You're totally cheating. Ari.
I didn't eat an apple. What? It's still right here on the fork.
Okay.
Stopped.
Jaden, I'm snapping a picture of your apple. I feel like this is a Snow White moment. You're just like grinning and you're handing me an apple. And you're just like, oh, so adorable. I'm gonna eat this and go to sleep like it's Thanksgiving. Alright. Celine, could you do me a favor and go get Emily and Nathaniel?
One sec.
There's kind of a maybe standing guard.
Oh, right. Kennedy's baby. Right, I forgot about that. Okay.
I'll try.
What is it?
In the meantime, I'm gonna go grab stuff. Dun. Okay. So we're gonna grab Celine's camera and we're gonna flip it around.
My friend Denny came to visit and have cake with us.
Yay! Oh, look at that.
So fancy. Like, and forth. Very pretty. Sorry.
Turn my sound on too.
I may have accidentally done No, I ordered frosting. It may have been different. This looks a lot more different than what I was asking, but it's still nice. So see if they mess up the actual order.
You guys want to come say hi?
Yeah. Not very expensive at all. Okay. So I was about to say someone needs to record this, and then I realized we're on a live Google Hangout.
This is my best friend Denny. Hi, Denny.
Hi.
Hello, Denny.
Hi.
See you guys.
This is my partner Vlad.
Hi.
I'm gonna switch to yours. Hi.
You're gonna eat cake with me. I just woke up. He's grumpy.
I'm always grumpy.
Okay, so this absolutely gorgeous and wonderful cake is about to be cut.
I almost, but then I didn't.
Wait, guys, before we start eating, Jake is coming on.
Okay.
I'm trying to help him get on.
Simultaneous cake, is that?
Right, Jake's family is also going to be here. So how many people do we have here then? We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, and then Jake and his girlfriend. So we'll have 12 people on a live Google Hangout. So that's always fun. How close is Jake to getting on?
I'm just sending him the link. Okay.
Okay.
I gotta go make dinner in a minute.
Okay. Make dinner. Why not just make
What's that?
dinner? Why not just have cake?
Yeah. Because if I feed cake to my 9-year-olds for dinner, that's good.
That's rather amusing, actually.
Yeah, all the way from another state it is. Now if you're here.
I am gonna probably make dinner after I eat cake too.
Yeah.
I haven't eaten since I woke up today.
Yeah, I need to do that too.
Yeah. This Google Hangout seems to have issues with the whole time for breakfast thing. Okay. Right.
Put it in the cake can?
Oh, right, Jake. We're waiting for Jake.
Yes.
So much.
I'm not sure where he is. He's having issues.
Anything that I can help with?
I don't think so. I sent him the link and he said, "Where is it on the computer?" And I'm not really sure what he meant by that.
I'm not sure what he means by that either.
Oh, he's watching us. Okay.
Oh, he's watching us. Does he want to join us? Okay. Here goes, Jake. If you want to join us, you're welcome to.
Cake is being cut now.
I'm going to go right through that blue dot, because blue dot. I also kind of feel like this is cannibalistic of my own company.
Yeah, it is kind of.
It's becoming a part of you this way, see?
Angle it.
I'll just keep it off.
Trans Youth Channel is a part of me. Somehow I don't think that's a lie.
It's going to be a part of your face in a second, though.
Right. We just cut it. There's one.
One cut.
There's. Jeez. Who wants that?
It's not a lie.
Right, ready?
You didn't light the candle.
Candle. We should get
Candle.
well,
Lighter.
we did just cut it. Lighter?
Do you want us to light the candle?
Yes.
Yes. Okay. I got a lighter.
Okay. So this is no longer 100% pristine, but that's okay. All right.
Forgot a step.
You can hang out with me here for a little bit if you wanted.
We don't have a trans youth song.
We don't have a trans youth song to
birthday.
sing. Happy anniversary, Trans Youth Channel.
Yay.
And the second slice.
Goes in Samantha's face.
Serving this better way. Okay.
I
So
really want to see this.
Okay, I'll just grab you a plate. Look how pretty. It looks so much better with the candle on there.
right?
Cat, this isn't cake for you.
How do we get this removed?
Oh. Spatula? It's really not too large. No, it's work. Here.
Oh, I did it. It almost fell. Okay.
It's so weird the lag time hearing you guys talk about it and actually seeing it happen.
Oh, it doesn't look pretty. It's really gorgeous.
Look how pretty. It looks so much better with the candle on there.
It looks.
There we are.
This isn't cake for you.
Are we
How do
in?
we get this removed?
Oh, see, we're there now.
Hi, Jake.
Yeah, but that's okay. It's the same.
You guys, hang up.
Okay. Bye, Tracy. Thank you so much for joining us.
So we're the lag.
Congratulations.
Talk about it and actually
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, it doesn't look pretty.
Oh, there we are. Okay, we're on it now.
Alright.
This isn't cake for you.
How do I get this removed?
Oh, see, we're there now.
Hi, Jake.
Hey, how you doing? Yeah, but that's okay.
Put it right on the side and we'll just flip it over. Thank you.
Wow, look at how delayed it is.
Yeah, it worked. Hey, look, it still ended up on top.
Oh.
This one's a small one.
The next one shall be for you.
Okay. Oh, I can smell my hair. That's not good.
Burning.
Okay.
When does Samantha get the cake in her face? I really want to see this.
Aww. Alright, I got it out here. And then cutting the little one out.
Alright. Cut you a little one?
Yeah.
I like that too. Okay, ready?
It's totally gonna fall.
I know, right onto it.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Now, before we blow out that candle, there is one other thing, and this is something that is actually fairly important and fairly vital. One of our major partners is the Matthew Shepard Foundation. The Matthew Shepard Foundation started, if you had been with us earlier today, because of a terrible, terrible hate crime that had occurred in Laramie, Wyoming, with Matthew Shepard. However, with everything that Matthew Shepard Foundation has done, the entire case for Matthew Shepard, and everyone remembering his death, we also find it very, very important to remember his life, as Jason Marston had said. So I want to blow out this candle in his name because yesterday was Matthew Shepard's birthday. He should be 38 at this point in time. So I'm going to blow out this candle with him in mind. And then I would like to, later on, after a small celebration, also blow out this candle in favor and for all of those who have lost their lives on the Transgender Day of Remembrance list.
Wait. Turn it onto the thing first.
Happy birthday, Matthew Shepard, and happy anniversary, Trans Youth Channel.
Apple.
Everyone goes, yay!
I think everyone was wondering, like, what do we do now?
Yeah.
Remembrance, yeah.
Well, true. Very true. Very true. Very true. Very true. Okay, so I have cake. And at some point in time, this
Samantha gets cake in her face in a minute.
It has to hit your face?
apparently, because of all of the donations that we've done.
Leslie, grab her piece. It's going in her face.
I don't know how this is going to work.
Plant into it. Oh, wow, my finger is green from
Okay. All right. I don't know how this is going to work.
Yeah.
Do I have to do this?
I don't think she should waste the whole
Yes,
thing.
you do. I really want to see this, so please do it.
Jennifer, do you like me? Because that sounded...
I really don't think she should have to.
Okay. Okay. So
switch back to here.
There. That's good enough. Got it.
This is going on live television.
Oh, well. Somebody wanted to see it.
See how much I love this community, how much I love our viewers, and you, Jaden.
Yeah, splash. Not a full pick. But
what camera
it
am
was
I looking
unexpected.
at? Is that okay? Jaden, do I get off now? Like, my life?
Yes,
I look like I'm the guy from the SPF 40 commercials with like the white sunscreen on my nose.
Yeah. Can you grab a napkin behind there? Oh, there's no napkins. You should stay like that.
There's no napkins?
There
Really?
was earlier.
I'm just gonna sit here.
Except, Samantha, when I get to your house, I am totally putting a cupcake in your face.
Here.
Okay.
I thought you were going to get somebody to lick that off your nose.
Celine was supposed to do that.
Celine.
That fell off.
Yeah, it did. It kind of fell off.
So, Jake, who's with you?
This is my partner, Maggie.
Hi, Maggie.
Hi, nice to meet you.
Hi.
Hi.
That was very bad timing.
And who is that that's kissing you?
That's Celine. She's my partner. She's also our IT developer at Trans Youth Channel.
How you doing?
Nice to meet you.
Hi. This is Celine. She doesn't grace the camera very often. She's shy.
Yeah, I'm shy. I prefer not to be on camera.
How's the cake?
There's a ridiculous amount of cream.
Yum.
I bet you guys are jealous.
We just had a yummy cake.
Samantha, look at the donation page again.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh. What does that mean?
Good news.
$582.64.
Yay!
182?
Excellent. Wow.
You know, with a donation with Trans Youth Channel, because I am personally making a donation, that actually pushes us over the $600 mark.
Yay. Woo!
Let's see if we can actually get it over that. Like, let's see if we can get it over that without my donation. I think that that's really important because it's not necessarily about the number. It's definitely about the amount of people that we're dedicating with. So I wonder if we can actually do that. That goes for viewers out there. If you have not yet done your donation, go to transyouthchannel.org/donate, and let's see if we can make that top by the end of the night, 10 o'clock p.m. Mountain Time, which we have an hour and 40 minutes to do.
We can do it.
Anyway, I'm pretty excited. Trans Youth Channel has been an organization officially for 1 year. Like, that went fast. Like, really, really fast. I didn't expect to have 501c3 declaration by, like, July. I didn't expect to have this many amazing volunteers by now. I don't know. I think it's amazing.
I think it's great.
Either way. I can still feel...
I've been looking at Samantha's face for almost 12 hours.
Yeah, I know, and it only changed briefly. You do that every day? You say that as if spiteful.
No, it's a good thing.
Okay, whatever. Anyway. Nathaniel, do you want to meet everyone?
Yes.
Okay, so this is Nathaniel. He's not actually a volunteer with us, but he's a friend of mine from high school. So from the left, this is from our perspective. We have JJ, or Jaden. He's our operations manager. Then we have Jake, who's the over 25 facilitator, and he's also going to become a support group facilitator upcoming January, which is exciting. And then his girlfriend, Maggie.
Hi.
She's waving hi. And then we have Celine. Celine. Celine.
Hello.
Hi. And then after that we have Ari. And are your friends still here? Vlad and Aaric?
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yeah. My partner is getting ready for work because he works at night, but my friend Denny is still here.
Oh, cool. So, Ari's friend is Denny. Ari is actually our social media person. And then we have Zara, and I don't know if Zara is able to get her video going yet. But, Zara, do you want to say hi?
Hello, hello. I honestly don't know why it's not working. Half this thing, I thought everybody could see me, but oh wow.
I had the same problem. It was very strange. I couldn't, and I don't even know how I fixed it. It's very strange. Actually, I had to go back onto my phone is the way I fixed it.
Want some more cake?
Say that again?
Oh no, I was offering Denny more cake. He's been sitting on the other side of the table behind the camera eating cake.
Oh, okay. How is the cake over on your side?
It's good.
Danny is your partner, correct?
Who? Oh
Yes.
no, this is my best friend. My partner is
Adam.
Vlad, and Vlad is in another room.
Oh.
He needs to get ready for work because he works at night.
Hi, Adam.
Hey.
I'm one of our other bloggers.
You missed Celine putting cake in Samantha's face. No, it was Kevin who did that.
And I pushed it on her nose. They wanted a whole cake smash in the face, but
I got away with a nose smear.
Yeah, nose smear.
I looked like, but I did look like the guy from those SPF 40 commercials.
Hid and insisted.
Yeah. Have you looked at our donation page, Adam?
No, I literally just got home and sat down.
Take a look at our donation page then.
Okay.
Like, do it right now.
Okay, I'm going.
And do it right now. That's an order.
I posted
What?
in the text.
Really?
Wait,
That's awesome.
Our goal was
$582.
And we have exceeded our goal.
Mm-hmm.
That's so great.
We are $20 away from 600.
Congratulations to us.
Which is what about double?
Where is the donation page? How do I find that?
Go on my wall and scroll down a couple of statuses and you'll see it.
Go on your wall?
Yes. Like my Facebook
I'm
wall.
posting it in the side chat.
Okay.
Oh. Right in front of you.
Oh my god, you already left me.
Push.
Also, these are hard to open with the minimal caps.
Oh, and to anybody else watching, if we can get over 600 before Traci... Wait, till Samantha's listening. Samantha.
Say hi to
The first thing that humans tasted and they called it nothing.
Oh no, I'll go say it, but sorry.
No, I don't. Yeah. Because Vlad, I think, wanted you to say hi to him.
But honestly, it tastes like minerals. It tastes like dirt without the dirt.
Oh, this is what they have.
It was, yeah. I thought, go get dinner when it's all done.
Original goal, and they've gone over it.
Finishes at 10, I think. And it's 8:30 now.
You can do.
So our next event is at 9.
Which is.
It's going to be the reading of the names for TDOR.
Oh.
And then, yeah, so at 9 we have reading of the names for TDOR. And then at 9:30 we'll actually begin by reading off the donation amounts and how many donations we made and adding them all up.
Okay, I'm gonna donate. How do I do that? I know, but if I'm not in.
Any sort of.
Yeah. One of them, we're probably going to be about $100 off, or $110, $120 off, because a few people actually donated before the second. So it started at like $170 when we started here, which is interesting. I have to say, I'm very, very, very proud of the community that I work in, and I hope that we do our community well as well. I think that we have a lot of really great things we're planning on doing with the funds, but I'm also really proud that the community is so out and so up to providing dedications for their local communities. That's just really heartwarming for me. Enough seriousness, but awesome. I love this community.
Shows people care.
Can I also say something else before we go into like the reading of the names in a while?
No, we got a half hour.
Oh, we have a half hour? Oh,
yeah.
Okay. Well, can I still say something?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, if we get to 600 before Traci's channel makes the donation, I will record me putting a cupcake in Samantha's face in February. Okay.
In the camera?
You still want that? You still want me to have it in my face?
I'm gonna have some whipped cream.
No, yeah, well, I want to do it. And I'll get more enjoyment out of it.
Okay, you do the camera simulation, and then I'll just be like whoosh at the same time.
You're just out for it, aren't you? Like, you're just like, I'm gonna do
So who's
it.
willing to pay $20 for me to shove a cupcake in Samantha's face is basically what we're saying.
Alright. So we have 6 viewers currently on and watching right now. So if any of you 6 viewers donate $20 and dedicate that donation to my face, we will allow JJ to hit me with a cupcake. I'm gonna laugh if we get like 4 messages coming into the inbox.
Do it.
It comes as a receipt to ncchannel@gmail.com.
Okay.
So if multiple people donate that same $20 with a dedication, does that mean you get more than one cupcake in the face?
Can we stop giving JJ ideas?
I mean, I'm just asking, because, you know...
That would be wonderful. Or we could
$20 worth.
Yes, we'll do that. We'll do that. For every 20... if there are multiple, we will do multiple cupcakes.
All right.
Or we could just put...
Lowenthaal is just laughing. He's like, oh, hey, I could probably make another sponsorship for 160. This cake is fantastic. How's everyone else's? I feel awkward.
My
just
apple is gone.
On live.
Yes, it did feel strange. I was eating it. I was like,
I'm eating on live TV. Isn't this great?
Oh, my partner should be here in like 5 minutes, I think. I don't know, but we'll get to meet her.
Okay.
My cake was half chocolate mocha cheesecake and half regular cheesecake.
oh, that sounds so good.
It was pretty good.
That sounds good.
We have a white cake double with cream cheese frosting.
It's
Yum.
pretty good too.
I don't know. I almost got a red velvet. Huh?
In the meantime, we get to say hi to my rabbit.
Are you getting another one?
No, this is my same one.
Same one on Facebook. You said you were getting another furry pet or something.
Yes, I'm getting another one, I think.
Oh.
Yeah, her name is Anastasia. This one's Cowboy, but the other one's going to be named Anastasia.
Nice.
Cowboy and Anastasia.
That is like 4 opposites right there.
I didn't pick either of the names, so...
I think you should rename Cowboy to Vlad and then have one that's Anastasia, just to stay consistent with fairy tale. Sorry, Ari.
Huh?
I didn't realize that. I apologize, Ari.
That's okay. My kittens made a few appearances earlier by unceremoniously climbing on top of me while I was trying to talk.
Yeah, so did my little Stewie.
My sister has a dog named Sam. That was awkward.
My cats actually come when I whistle, which is why I'm whistling. They're weird cats. But
I've taught a cat to play fetch once. It was fun. I did it unintentionally because the dog was lazy.
yeah. Our cat, Loki, also plays fetch. She'll, like, they have the long sticks with the, like, feathers on the end, and she'll just, like, carry it to us, and then we'll play, and then, like, in the last-ditch effort to be like, okay, now go away, cat, I need to do something, like, work. And then we'll, like, shoot it off, and then she'll, like, chase after it, and then just drag it back to us. She's also fond of popsicle sticks and straws. We have to keep her from digging through the trash to retrieve either of those things.
That would be horrible. I used to own a dog, and she managed to get through like child-proofed cupboards in order to get into the trash can. We had no idea what to do with the trash can, so we ended up putting it up in one of the higher cupboards with a child-proof safety lock. And she ended up on the counter multiple times trying to open it. She never succeeded in that, but it resulted in worse than if she had gotten in the trash can.
Oh no.
There was also a point in time where my dad had bought like ribeye steaks for Veterans Day.
Yeah.
And he had left them on the grill, and Molly was outside. She ate one of those steaks raw, and then my dad is just like, "Yep, that one's yours." I'm like, "Hey, so nice."
Oh, my rabbit's so calm and content right now. This usually isn't him.
You're making fun of me.
Hey, come here, Elkie.
Where did these come from, by the way?
I'm not quite sure. I like them though.
They're
There he is. Nice.
Did they both say my face?
One of them says it's dedicated to me. It's dedicated to Feminism.
Okay, Leslie and Liam. Okay, not my face. All right. Thank you guys so much for the extra 2 donations. Neither of them say my face, so this is good.
Wait, do we get more donations?
We did.
Oh my gosh, thank you whoever did that. I love you.
Okay, we're in
Okay,
again.
let's
Tell me
vote.
where is it at right now?
Oh my gosh,
7.
how many?
667?
Yay!
How much were those donations?
Huge.
Oh my lord, thank you guys so much.
Thank you.
I did 10. I don't know who did 60.
You did 10. You're like, I did 10. Not the same.
So the cupcake in the face is gonna happen, and there's gonna be like 5 cupcakes.
I'm so excited for that.
What's your rabbit?
No. How many days? I don't have my glasses on. I think it's like 64 days until I get to shove like 5 cupcakes in your face.
Aiden, what's your rabbit's?
Oh, cowboy, here, say hi.
Hey, so cute.
I know.
I know.
67 though? I mean, oh my gosh.
Wait for me on the plane.
I need another cupcake. Who's gonna get me a cupcake?
I have cake.
I think you were gone when I said this, but I said anybody who gets us over 600, I'm going to shove a cupcake in Samantha's face and film it in February. And then all of a sudden we just got like 60-something.
So apparently someone did 50,
Thank you to everyone.
someone did 10. And I believe that 10 was Adam. Thank you so much, Adam.
No problem. Anything to see a cupcake in your face.
Thanks so much. All of our
Totally
viewers
filming this.
profile picture. I think it's going to be very amusing. You're just going to get off the plane and you're going to be like, "Hey Samantha, hey Samantha, Samantha."
I should like bring cupcakes with me. No. How are we gonna do this though? I mean, obviously can't take cupcakes on a 6-hour plane ride, so
Hide them when you get.
I'm obviously not going to give you ideas.
It has to cook the cupcakes.
Oh yeah, so we'll go out to the store when we have free time, which I'm not sure when we'll be, but we'll have free time sometime in the 5 days I'm staying at your house. And we will make cupcakes, and I will put like 5 in your face. Okay. I'm sure some viewer who donated a lot of money right now is probably laughing their ass off watching this.
I'm not sure. Ari, could you actually put out a few more messages and links just to make sure that people are able to come in?
Yeah, sure.
Keep the messages coming. I would totally do it on my own, but we don't have a keyboard.
Yeah.
No problem.
It would take a little bit.
It would take a bit. Definitely a bit. I could do art, though. Like super fancy, nice.
Is there any way I can access the pictures of the cake?
Get us in.
The pictures of the cake. Can they be?
I can upload the pictures of the cake, and then people will be like, "Oh man, we missed cake."
Okay, so if you take a look over on the left-hand side bar of your Google Hangout, there's going to be a camera with a stand. Click on that.
Okay.
And you should be able to download all images now by clicking on the images down in the bottom right-hand corner.
Oh.
Oh, I am so savvy. No, I'm not. Thanks, Celine. That was such a...
Okay, I'm gonna save them in the Dropbox.
Okay.
I think we actually have a new user question too.
New user question.
Your question. How do you learn basic? We missed out on being raised to the wrong gender.
Learning the basics. I guess we can do this. This is a good thing. Let's do a trans youth channel topic right here and live. I think that sounds like a good plan. The basics. Okay. Let's take a look in the Q&A section. Questions.
There's a thing. Okay.
I love cheesecake.
I'm glad you love cheese.
All right, so Tara Caballero, if you're asking, I can definitely answer that question now. I'm very sorry that we managed to do that. Let's actually start from like right to left, and then we'll play Trans Youth Channel bloggers right now during the cake session. So the question for us all is, how do you learn the basics if you missed out on being the other gender your whole life? Adam, do you want to take that?
Oh God.
You're on the-
How do you learn the basics? Okay, so the things like I don't know, because the binary and I don't think of myself as a particular gender so much as I think of myself as a me, as an atom. and however I have acted and however I'm acting now is who I am. But if I want to like change something about my presentation or the way I act or dress or interact, the internet. This is specifically for FTMs, but there is a like complete guide to the FTM. I can't remember what it's called, but it's basically it's things that you may not have been taught, like how to tie a tie, how to measure yourself for suits, for pants, for blazers, things like that. How to match belts and shoes and socks and suspenders and what to wear when and what's formal wear and what's business casual, that sort of thing. So that's where I go if I want to figure out that sort of stuff. But I'm not really a good person to answer this question because my parents kind of let me be a boy during my childhood. I was pretty much a little boy, so I don't know.
Can you can you find and send us a link so that we can toss it into the description when this video goes to be recorded?
Yeah. Awesome. Let me do that.
JJ, how would you answer it?
Like, can you please like rephrase the question?
So, if you've missed out and have not been raised as one gender, I assume this would be binary, as one gender your entire life, and then you come out, how do you catch up? How do you learn the basics of the gender that you now identify as?
Google.
Google.
Isn't that how we all learn everything now?
Yeah,
I don't know. I had a lot of guy friends growing up, so I mean, I don't, like Adam said, I don't really feel qualified to answer this because I mean, even though my mother still dressed me up in dresses every single day for school, I still hung out with the guys for the most part, so I kind of adapted to that culture a long time ago. So, I mean, I don't know. I would say, like, ask your guy friends, ask your, like, gender role models in your life, like family members who are supportive, who will be willing to help teach you. And yeah, I mean, Google is another really valid option if you don't have any of those options I listed above.
Celine, you're next. Do you want to offer input?
There are some really good resources online, like Wikipedia.
Google!
There's, of course, Trans Youth Channel, but the National Endocrine Society has a lot of details that you should probably know and that your doctor probably doesn't know, which is kind of disappointing, but this is something where we often have to know more about it than our doctor does. The Wikipedia pages on hormone replacement therapy are very good to know also, just to have an idea what to expect. In general, nobody can tell you what your path should be because it's different for everyone. So be prepared to stick your toe in the water a lot and just figure out for yourself what feels right.
I want to add to that. I believe your gender doesn't define who you should be or how you should act. Like Adam said, he says he's just an Adam. And I think that's very true. Your gender doesn't define how you should act. So, yeah, I don't know.
So next person is Ari. And
Just
then Tara.
think of tweets and things. So how to get down the basics of acting your gender if you weren't raised within that gender role. So first thing, as other people stated, like, you know, gender roles are just that. They're roles, and they're not really, none of those things are really what it means to be a man or what it means to be a woman. But I think that a lot of those things combined can be very helpful when trying to be read as a man or a woman, or even being read as non-binary. And for a lot of trans people, being read consistently in the way that we desire is a matter of personal safety. So when I was living as a man, a lot of what I did was study. Mostly, I knew that my voice was not even gonna, like, I was just gonna have to not talk, so, or just like use really broy language and confuse people so they didn't read into my voice tone. But like, I was looking at posture. So like, one thing that I did is I actually looked at a lot of male actors and what they were talking about, what they were doing, and like, you know, there are guides to like male, how to walk certain ways, like runway models and stuff. I think that might be more useful maybe for people who want to be read as women, but I also found some useful stuff there, and there's a lot of like voice training. For me, really, the important thing that I did was like to just get into like a cultural kind of like specific, there's a word for it. There's like a niche. I got into a niche cultural market, I guess, and then I just like pushed that a lot. And so there wasn't even really a question. A lot of the time I was being read as male just because I was like so pushing this tiny market of hypermasculine culture, I guess. But I wouldn't really recommend that because like when I started doing that, I realized, whoa, I'm becoming like a super misogynist pig. I shouldn't do that at all. But it did help me get read as a man during some years when that was important to me. And I'm not saying that like be misogynist to be read as man. That's not what I'm saying. I just meant that like I got more like, you know, using language in a certain way that was very informal and very unfeminine. I don't know. That might be confusing. I just sort of came right out of social media land and started running my mouth. So,
Zara, do you have any specific perspective or ideas on this?
Well, I guess as you guys may or may not know, I am the youngest of 3, and I have 2 older sisters. So, I think growing up, whether they knew it or not, they were really kind of teaching me a lot of things. Yeah, like I would see how they acted with each other, with my parents, with guys, and I guess I kind of, I don't know, started modeling myself after that. I guess my sisters were my biggest role models in that way. And my friends were able to help me a lot. Of course, the internet helped a lot, of course, and certain things you just kind of figure out on your own. Like I like to think I'm pretty decent at cosmetics, at doing makeup, and I'm completely self-taught in that respect. Yeah.
I think that leaves me, unless Daniel wants to talk on the subject. Just like
Samantha. Wow.
How did you know you were a boy?
Sorry,
Okay.
that was amusing. Before I do give
Samantha.
Yeah.
Before we move on from this question, Jake is currently watching us, but he can't for whatever reason get in, and he's gonna type his response to this question, and I'm gonna read it. So just before we like fast forward on this topic and move on, but
Okay. One other sorry, excuse me. Wow, cake. Too much sugar. One other announcement. Apparently there might be a link that's wrong. So Ari, would you be able to update all of the links for YouTube, for the internal Google Hangout?
I did that like 3 hours ago. 2 hours ago.
Wait, I thought you just messaged that though.
No, I just removed it. It should be gone now.
Oh, well, never
No,
mind.
it's
Okay,
still there.
fine, whatever.
I fixed the link. It's okay.
Okay. All right, sounds good. So my opinion on this topic. I have 2. Of course, I'm going to structure my topics like, you know, always. First, I don't want you to ever feel like in order for you to be trans, you have to act a specific way. Women act like women. That's just a thing. And men act like men, and that's just a thing. But the thing about it is, men and women act like men and women. There's so many different ways that any one individual can act or look or speak or sound that there's not really much of a difference between any one thing that you might do versus another. Will it reduce that whole passing grade? Yes, it will. But do you really necessarily feel like your identity needs to be based upon a pass? Don't you just want to be more yourself? Don't you just want to say, hey, I'm a trans woman, or I'm genderqueer, or I'm gender neutral, or agender, and just leave it at that? There's not any one need for you to identify from strictly male to strictly female. However, I do also recognize the appeal. I changed my voice, I learned how to do makeup, and I learned how to walk in heels, which I must admit you should probably do if you plan on walking in heels. We don't want you falling around, tripping everywhere, and breaking your ankle. So there are a few things that you need to know, which kind of moves on to 2. We've talked a lot about the internet, and we've talked a lot about resources found on YouTube. And honestly, that's a resource for you to find these. However, I think that the easiest way for you to honestly learn is to just do and be with friends and take it by trial and error. And I think that this is one of those rare circumstances where the trans community can take from the specific drag community, in that a lot of the drag individuals, drag kings, drag queens, have fairy drag mothers and fairy drag fathers, is what they call them. And these are role models, people who have gone through it, people who have experienced it. So I would consider an older sister or an older brother, for instance. And that could be a friend, it could be someone you just met, someone who's willing to kind of show you how to do the makeup, get the technical aspects down, show you how to bind properly is also very important, especially for female males. A lot of these technical aspects you can learn by 1, trial and error, 2, the internet, or 3, older individuals who have already experienced and already gone through that. That's what the community is for. You become a part of this community so that you can be encultured for the technical aspects and also learn who you can be for yourself. Not who you will be, but who you can be. You have the option of. So that's kind of my answer.
Yeah, I really agree on joining the like groups, like, you know, on my Facebook trans groups, a lot of what goes on there is sharing of information and giving of support, and that can be a really big thing. And there's also a lot of new technology coming out too, like I'll look it in, maybe we can edit it in later, but there's an app developed for the iOS that gives voice training lessons to trans people, and I thought that was really cool, and I was very upset that it wasn't on Android, but maybe it will come on Android soon.
So yeah, I hope that answers your question. I hope that you're still watching while you have this. Otherwise, we might just edit this and then just give you a link to this as a response on the YouTube page. That having been said, news just in. JJ? Andrew may potentially be on your side.
What?
Yeah.
Wait,
Celine
what?
was messaging Andrew, and Andrew is saying that it may potentially happen.
Wait, may what potentially happen?
Your dream.
So, Celine, so far nobody has taken up the dare to donate $20 with a dedication of Samantha's face, which would result in a live cake face plant. Andrew's response, it's just 20?
So because we went ridiculously over, I think I should just buy a cake and just shove the whole cake in your face.
Oh, this is getting better.
You guys are so good to me. You guys are so good to me.
I have happy news that I just found out today.
What?
My passport came in the mail that I need to go to Israel at the end of the month, and it's I don't know how you can read it. It says M right there where it should.
Yay!
Awesome.
I'm gonna
It's
eat
still
it.
my old name, but it says M. So.
Nice.
I'm just looking for an excuse to just kill my stomach with sugar. I'm gonna eat this bite of cake because of the M on your passport.
And I'll get to shove another cupcake in Van's face.
Oh my god.
Yeah, really? It's gonna be like a new tradition, the 5 days of Giving Tuesday. Each day a cupcake, and on the last day, a cake. Let's not remember that next year.
Nope, I'll remember it. I'll write it on my wall, and I'll keep it there.
Hey.
This weird image of all hail the mighty cupcake, kind of like, I don't know if anybody else listens to Welcome to Night Vale, but all hail the mighty glow cloud.
And I'll bring a note and put it on your wall to remind you.
Hey, that's my wall. All right. So it is 9 o'clock, and I just want to make sure that Trans Youth Channel does offer its condolences on part of the community to Transgender Day of Remembrance. Because we're an online organization, it's very difficult for us to do so. Very difficult for us to really have a day on Transgender Day of Remembrance, and we definitely do want to do so. So if someone wants to go ahead and pull up the list, if that would be possible, just go to tdor.info, I believe, and we'll pull up the list. Viewers.
I'm going to light a candle.
Huh?
I'm going to light a candle and sit in darkness for a second.
Oh, okay. Who is okay reading names? Or I guess I should ask who's objecting to reading names.
Well, you just got another 100. But it
I mean, I don't mind that we read names. I just can't read them because I tried doing it at my service and I couldn't pronounce anything.
I don't have any objections, but I do actually have to log off for the night.
Someone check the donation page.
Why?
Just check.
Oh gosh.
Are you serious?
Oh geez, it just went up another $100.
Holy!
What is this?
How did it happen?
$767? I mean,
This is doing great.
Oh, is this
so is this like 2 cakes in Samantha's face?
Oh my goodness.
I don't have any objections, but I do actually have to log off for the night.
Okay.
Oh, is
check the donation page?
Because this is what's current.
Why?
Just
So
check.
2 cakes in Samantha's face. I'm thinking yes.
Oh, geez, it just went up another $100.
Holy!
What is this?
How did it happen? I think the page is actually getting the news like 30 seconds late.
So is this like 2 cakes in Samantha's face?
Oh my goodness.
I'm there now. I'm confused.
So you actually have the video Google Hangout running at the same time?
Oh, I see. This is what's
Why? So 2 cakes in Samantha's face. I'm thinking yes.
Oh, geez, it just went up.
Oh my gosh. Who donate? Did someone seriously just donate $100 in order to get another cake in your face?
No, they donated another $1 as a part of a legitimate dedication, and oh my God, $776.
Amazing.
Oh my God, this is only Trans Youth Channel's first year. I love our community, and to the person who did donate $100, thank you so much for that. That's a huge deal. Can someone bring up the TDOR paper and screen share it for us?
How do you screen share?
So
There should be a screen share button on your screen.
Jaden, that's totally descriptive. Over on the right, on the right-hand side of your
Oh, I see it. Okay.
there's going to be a green screen with an arrow. Like that. Can I get your lighter? Yeah. Florian, can you turn your camera over here?
Yes, just a moment. Let me on. You can really have to use your screen to aim.
That's totally descriptive.
Oh, we have a visitor.
Another
See
view.
it. See, what they're describing, we don't have.
Say that again?
You see that?
We don't have it.
Good.
As soon as this is on, it pops up. That's
There
weird.
should be a green arrow with us. Wait, Adam, did you share it? Where did Adam go?
Oh, we have a
So much.
See, what they're describing, we don't have.
Okay. Are you just in the wrong screen, Jake? Because you're currently on the Google Hangout.
That was just me saying that, right? Okay. As soon as this is on, it pops up.
There should be a green arrow with us.
I don't think my laptop liked me. I tried to, but then it kicked me off. Where did that go?
So Jake, I know that you're not going to get this for like another few seconds after I say it, but you're on two different things. So there's the YouTube video, and then there's the Google Hangout. You're currently streaming the YouTube video over the Google Hangout, so it's providing a 30-second lag type thing.
Watching some done. Camera on that first.
There we go.
Right. So who's going to pull up the TDOR? This.
Just a heads up, I finished updating Facebook and Twitter and social media stuff with yay donations. But I think I need to log off for the night. So have thanks for the cake and everything, guys.
Good night,
Yeah.
Ari.
Thank you, Ari.
Good night, Ari.
All right.
Take on the card.
All right. I'm about to share the TDOR name. All right. Trans Youth Channel. This is going to be the TDOR events that we will be serving for, primarily because Trans Youth Channel, being an online organization, does not often have the time to do such a vigil. So we wanted to make sure that this was set. I think that the easiest way for us to do this would be to go in order according to what I see on the Google Hangout. So if we want to name the person off on the screen, can everyone read what's on the screen?
It's a little small.
It's too small.
Can you control plus it? Wait, you don't have a keyboard.
I don't know if that's gonna work. Zoom, right there.
Haha, Zoom.
Yep.
How's that?
That's good for me.
Okay. So Adam, you would be first.
Okay. Jacqueline Cowdrey.
And we want to read the name, the cause of death, and the date.
Oh, we're reading everything. Okay.
Not the location.
Okay, and the date. Okay. Jacqueline Cowdrey, cause of death unknown. Date of death November 20th, 2013.
Right, JJ.
Rosa Review. Blunt force trauma. Date of death November 24th, 2013.
Betty Skinner, cause of death, blunt force trauma to the head, date of death December 4th, 2013.
Brittany Sturgis, cause of death, gunshot wound to the head, date of birth, or date of death, December 5th, 2013. Zara?
Elizalber Oliveira de Mesquita. Cause of death, stoned to death. Date of death, January 5th, 2014.
Adam?
Paloma. Cause of death, multiple gunshots to the head and chest. Date of death, January 8th, 2014.
Vega? Or, Katie?
Raika Tomez. Cause of death, multiple stab wounds. Date of death, January 10th, 2014.
Prince Joseph Sanchez, 18 years old. Cause of death, multiple stab wounds, dumped on the street. Date of death, January 12th, 2014.
Tony Gretchen, date of death, multiple stab wounds, or cause of death, multiple stab wounds, date of death, January 16th, 2014. Sarah?
Luana. Cause of death, gunshot to the chest. Date of death, January 10th, 2014.
Adam?
Crystal. Cause of death, gunshot. Date of death, January 19th, 2014.
Tiffany. Cause of death, dismembered. I think I said that right. Date of death, January 27th, 2014.
Jose Antonio Vieira Freitas, 32 years old. Cause of death, multiple stab wounds. Date of death, January 28th, 2014.
Sarita Marcus de Almeida Olvera. Cause of death, gunshot. Date of death, January 29th, 2014. Sarah?
Juju. Cause of death, beaten and stoned to death. Date of death, January 29th, 2014.
Raisa. Norivaldo Xavier. Cause of death, 6 gunshots to head and chest. Date of death, February 1st, 2014.
Tatting. Cause of death, facial injuries. Date of death, February 7th, 2014.
Rafaela Alexandro Alderati Jose dos Santos, 32 years old. Cause of death, multiple gunshots. Date of death, February 11th, 2014.
Alex Medeiros. Cause of death, beaten to death by father for refusing to cut hair, liking women's clothes, and dancing. Date of death, February 18th, 2014.
8 years old.
Paulette. Cause of death, multiple gunshots to the face. Date of death, February 19th, 2014.
Camilla Veronesi. Cause of death, suffocation. Date of death, February 21st, 2014.
Lucilio Martinez de Silva. Cause of death, multiple stab wounds. Date of death, February 23rd, 2014.
Unknown woman. Cause of death, gunshots. Date of death, February 27th, 2014.
Unknown woman. Cause of death, gunshots. Date of death, February 28th, 2014.
Kitana. Cause of death, 3 gunshot wounds to the head. Date of death, February 28th, 2014.
Sarita dos Sopao. Cause of death, multiple gunshot wounds. Date of death, January 29th, 2014.
Andressa Pinlerma. Cause of death, 15 stab wounds, dragged by fractured skull. Date of death, March.
Rose Maria, 32 years old, cause of death, stabbed in the neck, date of death, March 5th, 2014.
Victoria, 16 years old, cause of death, 2 gunshot wounds to the chest. Date of death, March 12th, 2014.
Unknown woman, burned to death, March 14th, 2014.
Paulette. Cause of death, gunshot. Date of death, March 17th, 2014.
Marciana, cause of death, gunshot, date of death, March 24th, 2014.
Nicole. Marcos Vinícius Machado, 20 years old, cause of death, hands and feet bound, stabbed in the neck and abdomen. Date of death, March 28th, 2014.
Unknown woman, cause of death, dismemberment. Date of death, March 23rd, 2014.
Giovanna Souza Silva, cause of death, gunshots. Date of death, March 29th, 2014.
Unknown woman. Cause of death, beaten with weapon, fists by several people, dragged through the street. Date of death, March 29th, 2014.
Unknown woman, cause of death, blown to head with iron bar. Date of death, April 2nd, 2014.
Unknown woman, cause of death, beaten and strangled to death. Date of death, April 2nd, 2014.
Meliade, date of death, 4 gunshot wounds. Date of death, April 7th, 2014.
Valkyria, cause of death, gunshot to back. Date of death, April 20th, 2014.
Sagla Joker. Cause of death, gunshot to the chest. Date of death, April 21st, 2014.
Unknown woman, cause of death, 4 gunshots. Date of death, May 29th, 2014.
Candy Hall, 40 years old. Oh, sorry. Marcia Moraes, 34 years old. Cause of death, 4 gunshots. Date of death, May 29th, 2014.
Candy Hall, cause of death, massive trauma, body left in a field. Date of death, June 3rd, 2014.
Paula, cause of death, knife wounds to the neck, feet and hands tied. Date of death, June 8th, 2014.
Zoraida Alk Reyes. Cause of death, choked to death. Date of death, June 10th, 2014.
Ria Tenderson, 26 years old. Cause of death, massive trauma, found dead in alley. Date of death, June 16th, 2014.
Yasmin Sanchez. Cause of death, murdered and burned. Date of death, June 19th, 2014.
Andre Louise Bourget Rochat. The cause of death, gunshot wounds to the face. Date of death, June 23rd, 2014.
Tiffany Edwards. Cause of death, shot to death. Date of death, June 26, 2014.
Unknown woman. Raped before being brutally executed with blows to head. Date of death, June 30th, 2014.
Oh wait, you just read that one. Kellen Santorni. Raped before being brutally executed with blows to the head. Date of death, July 13th, 2014.
McKelly Castro, age 24. Cause of death, hanging. Date of death, July 18th, 2014.
Lily, age 24. Cause of death, beaten to death. Date of death, July 18th, 2014.
Denise Andau. Cause of death, multiple gunshot wounds to the hip, chest, and back. Date of death, July 24th, 2014.
Alison Henrique da Silva. Cause of death, multiple gunshot wounds. Date of death, July 31st, 2014.
Unknown woman. Found dead with eyes removed. Date of death, August 9th, 2014.
Alejandro Rios. Cause of death, gunshot to the back. Date of death, September 5th, 2014.
Karen Alanis. Cause of death, thrown from vehicle and ran over. Date of death, September 9th, 2014.
Marcella Duke. Cause of death, stoned to death. Date of death, September 9th, 2014.
Chris. Cause of death, multiple gunshot wounds. Date of death, September 13th, 2014.
Marcel Lopez. Cause of death, stoning. Date of death, September 14th, 2014.
Mahadevi. Cause of death, pushed off moving train. Date of death, September 25th, 2014.
Bruna Luckies, 26 years old. Cause of death, gunshot wound. Date of death, September 30th, 2014.
Ania Parker. Cause of death, gunshot wound to the head. Date of death, October 3rd, 2014.
Gaivota dos Santos. Cause of death, 3 shots to the face. Date of death, October 1st, 2014.
Gita Borgahi. Cause of death, shot in chest, bound, gagged, set afire. Date of death, October 9th, 2014.
Jennifer Loud. Cause of death, asphyxiation by drowning. Date of death, October 11th, 2014.
Sarah, 27 years old. Cause of death, gunshot. Date of death, October 12th, 2014.
Aguinaldo Claudio Colombelli. Cause of death, 30 stab wounds. Date of death, October 16th, 2014.
Unknown woman. Cause of death, beaten to death. Date of death, October 16th, 2014.
Flavia. Cause of death, 3 gunshots. Date of death, October 20th, 2014.
Mary Joy Anuevo, 55 years old. Cause of death, stabbed 33 times. Date of death, October 21st, 2014.
Ashley Sherman. Cause of death, shot in the head. Date of death, October 27th, 2014.
My son. Cause of death, gunshot. Date of death, November 1st, 2014.
Leticia. Cause of death, stabbed in the chest. Date of death, November 6th, 2014.
Rakul, cause of death, gunshot. Date of death, November 6, 2014.
18 years old. Cause of death, gunshot, body wrapped in a sheet, tied to a tree trunk, thrown in a river. Date of death, November 9th, 2014.
Unknown woman. Cause of death, throat cut. Date of death, November 9th, 2014.
Unknown woman, shot and burned. Date of death, November 10th, 2014.
Gizzy Fowler, cause of death, gunshot. Date of death, November 10th, 2014.
The trans community has suffered a lot of atrocities. A lot of people do not agree with us as a community. Our community is often discriminated against and given with prejudice. And it is times like this, on times like Giving Tuesday, when we try and remember those friends and family who are near us and give them their support. And also during TDOR, those times where this is the most important thing to remember, those who have lost their lives simply for being who they are. It is a matter of validity, it is a matter of honor, and it is a matter of remembrance. I would like for us to have a moment of silence in order to remember all of these people individually, as well as those we have lost in our personal lives due to suicide, discrimination, and many, many other issues with trans communities. Thank you. Just one moment. I also want to take the time to remember Matthew Shepard, who died in Laramie, Wyoming, and who sparked an amazing, amazing revolution for the Matthew Shepard Foundation, who is currently partnered with us. I also want to take some time to remember those who have lost their lives and, as a result, been dedicated to for Giving Tuesday. It's very important that we remember these people as family, as friends, and as people in the transgender community, our brothers, our sisters, and our siblings. Thank you guys so much for this. All right. So with this, we're basically finished as far as the Google Hangout 12 hours on Giving Tuesday goes. Thank you, all of you who have stayed, especially for that. Adam, I totally understand if you do want to go as far as that goes. And We will spend about another half hour or so kind of tallying up and rallying how Giving Tuesday went. We are very, very grateful for everyone's participation. We had, I think, over 80 people participating in this Google Hangout over the course of the day, which is pretty amazing. I don't know what the number actually is otherwise, but I also want to thank everyone for also getting us almost to $700 raised for Giving Tuesday. Keep in mind, though, that if you did not manage to raise for Giving Tuesday, or you have not gotten your donation in for the dedication, our Giving Tuesday funds that are raised will stop receiving Network for Goods, one for every $25 match at 12 o'clock p.m. With that having been said, I am also graciously going to add $50 in order to dedicate for all of the different people that have been dedicated to from volunteers of Trans Youth Channel. With that, we'll actually tally all of those up, and come about 10 o'clock or so, I'll actually do that. Otherwise, we should be all set there. We can take a small break while we're tallying it. Sound good? All right. Thank you guys all for, especially with the TDOR thing, thank you for being present. All right. So let's go ahead and tally up.
But they're not there yet. They're still not
Jake, if you want to talk to me, I'm here. I'm just eating ice cream.
there. They're back.
We are here too, and I believe that we should be all set as far as funds go. So let's actually count up. Let's see how Giving Tuesday has been going. Now, we did have some.
I'm eating ice cream.
Huh?
I said I'm eating ice cream.
I was like, oh, he's got another one. Oh, wait, it's you.
Yeah, that was me. Sorry. All right, so if we do have some viewers watching and some recording, we do first, before we do move on to the next portion, we have 15 minutes left in this Google Hangout. I think that this is quite the accomplishment for Trans Youth Channel to be able to do 12 solid hours on YouTube. Kind of tiring. Jaden and I have been here all day. Celine has been kind of working in the background all day for us and everything. And Kenley graciously gave us her home as far as that goes in order for us to have the cake. So I do want to thank all of the viewers that have watched this. It looks like we have peaked around 80 to 90 people. I'm not really too sure just yet who have watched and tuned into this. So absolutely amazing show from our community. And in addition to all of this, we have actually hit our fundraising goal. And we have come to a final total of, what was it,
Let me go look.
$827.64.
$827.64. That is a solid $300 more than we were actually expecting. That's a huge deal because not only is that helping us get to creating change, we are now able to pay for and maintain housing for creating change to bring those organizations directly to you. But we also have the ability to start up our brand new support group program, which is going to become a huge deal for each and every individual closeted trans person that is a part of Trans Youth Channel. And it's going to be a small part of something that we are able to do in the future. So you invested in Trans Youth Channel this Giving Tuesday, but in addition, and this is the most important part, you showed your support for all of the public people that we have received donations for. So throughout the next month on December, we're going to be taking each dedication that you guys gave and we'll be placing them in our videos all the way from the 8th of December, starting with our Matthew Shepard topic, to the 25th when our bloggers go off for vacation. We'll be able to distribute those in that month, and that is all thanks to you. So with that having been said, I'd like to go ahead and grace and make sure that we don't forget anyone as far as the donations that were raised. So each and every increment is about to be said here. We started with a certain amount of money already in the pot, around $170. But all of today, every donation we have given.
What goes first? What goes first?
Not what first?
Today's donation.
Today's donation. Okay, so
that's right the first time.
All right, so it was $220.94 that we had before today. And in addition to that, we have $30 coming from Aaric.
I don't know that some people wanted to remain anonymous, so
okay. True, very true. So our first donation, we'll get this down, I promise. It's our first Giving Tuesday, so
yay.
Just a yay from in the background. So our first donation was in the nomination of $30. Our second donation was $100, coming to a final amount of $130. Our third donation was $25 to a final amount of $155. Our fourth donation was $10 to a total of $165. Our next donation was $100 to a total of $265 having been raised. Our sixth donation was from $30, bringing it to a total of $295. Our next donation was $10 in the amount, bringing it to $305. After that, we had $25 submitted, bringing it to a total of $330. Our next one was $50 coming from Creative Insights, and that comes to a total of $380 raised. After that, we have $15 and $9.70 offered. Then after that, $10 coming to a final total of $414.70. That plus the prior amount had topped our final goal wanting to be raised of $500. Huge, 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 huge deal. After that, we had $25 coming to $439, $10 coming to $449, $97 coming to a total of $546.70. $10 more brought it to $556, and last $50 coming from Trans Youth Channel, myself, in order to honor all of those who, all of our volunteers who have dedicated already. I just wanted to add that extra amount personally from my own heart in order to make sure that everything is all set and fine. And also on behalf of Celine, because she's kind of with me. So the final total amount, including before Giving Tuesday all the way to today, comes to $827.64. Now, if you're watching this and you have not donated just yet, you're not too late in any way, shape, or form. That $827 can become much more by the end of today. By midnight, we will still be matching funds for Trans Youth Channel in the amount of $1 for every $25. This $827 is already being multiplied with that 1%. Very, very big deal. I'm really, really happy in what we did. And it's going to add an extra $20 to that amount. So $840, $47. If someone wants to round that off, we can definitely do that. Or if we can make $9 by the end of midnight, feel free to message everyone, say, hey, this is what I donated, this is what I did. If you want to help, feel free to. We have 2 hours left. We definitely appreciate the social media, and it's not about us, is what we want to make sure that you understand. It's about your LGBT friends and family. So give that gift of support. Let them know. We are just about to finish. We have 10 minutes remaining on this specific Google Hangout. But I also want to let you know that we will be running Giving Tuesday, not just today, but throughout the entire month of December. So if you forget to donate on the 2nd today, that's perfectly fine and okay. You can donate on any day from here all the way to the end of December, and we will add it to the videos. We will get your dedication in, and we will also make sure that that money goes to programs that will directly support this community. Thank you guys so much for your viewership, and also thanks to all of our volunteers. We had a tremendous amount of volunteers come on throughout the day, so I really do appreciate it. Right now, I'd like to go forward with closing statements for everyone here, and then we can see what we can do from there. So, JJ, do you have any closing statements on Giving Tuesday?
I also just want to say thank you so much. A shout out to Creative Insights in case you decide to watch this later. For that sponsorship that kind of just like adds on to everything. Samantha, would you mind reading the total from the booster campaign and this fundraiser?
Yeah.
Have it?
I'm not sure if I have that available, but I can definitely try.
Okay. You can do that while I finish talking, but anyway, I just want to say thank you again for coming on. It's been wonderful talking to myself for 12 hours, and we hope to see you watch our videos in the future.
All right. So I do actually have it accessible. Let's see if I can actually pull it up, though. Monthly disbursement history, recurring donations, pledges, tracking codes, designations. How can I do that?
I don't have access to history yet, so I don't have it.
July. When did we assign with Network for Good? I think it was in July, right?
I think so.
July 1st to now. Let's go ahead and take a look here.
But I was talking about from like the booster, like from the shirt sales.
Yeah, so
And this.
Booster actually submitted that monetary gain to Network for Good. Wait, hold on. No, they didn't. Okay, so I do know the Booster campaign gained about 157, I think. It was like just a few bucks shy of a ticket for creating change. In addition to the donation with Traci Lowenthaal, in addition to the amount that we already had being 500 given in, and then we also gained 100 from Ames Community College for a show. So what does that come to? 157 plus 500. So that comes to 657 plus 100 comes to 757 plus this comes to...
Right. You got there a little ahead of when I was ready to type it.
Okay, fine. So 157 plus 500 plus 100.
Yeah.
And then plus 827. So over the course of the entire year, we have successfully...
It's not that high though. I'm not sure.
I think it's a close approximation. So $1,500 over the course since July. 1,500.
13 to 15.
1,300. Okay, numbers. 1,300 to 1,500. This is our treasurer, by the way, so we should probably believe her.
I think we added something in twice just now, so that's all.
Okay. Well, $1,300 to $1,500 since July. That's amazing. Wow. That is amazing. Just amazing. Does that kind of help, JJ?
Yeah, that's just wow.
Yeah. That's a huge deal. Thank you so much to Creative Insights and all of our partners, honestly, especially when it comes to Jason Marsden doing the $30 and Creative Insights doing the dedication for $159. And she also wanted to do another dedication as well, which is amazing. So I think we're good. I'm sorry, not dedication, but the sponsorship for $159, and then the dedication that she's planning to do. So huge amount of funds. Jake, what's your Giving Tuesday end statement?
Oh wow. Well, I'm just really happy that I, kind of came upon this site and, I reached out to you and I mean, there was a point where I was like, wait a minute, I'm too old. I don't know if I belong here. And you were like, no, wait a minute, hang around. We're gonna, we're expanding. And so I'm really excited to be part of, helping people that are closeted, and it just feels really good, and I feel that I will really grow from just being around so many positive people, positive trans people, that are trying to grow and reach out and be advocates for other people. It's just really it's great to be part of this, and I'm very excited about the support group, your idea of doing that. I think it's so needed, and I'm really psyched about that.
It's true. And to be fair, it wasn't necessarily my idea. It was kind of sort of a conglomeration between Jaden, Alex, and a few other volunteers. And I'm just really happy that we're able to make it a reality as a group. And I think that the amount that we've donated here at Giving Tuesday is a great start to making that a reality.
Great.
And I think I remember when I brought up that idea, Samantha, you were just like, you were just like so second guessing about it. You were just like, I don't think this is going to be possible, but we'll look into it. So I think that deserves another cupcake in your face because we actually did.
Really? You and the cupcake thing.
Whoa.
I will admit that I was pretty skeptical in the beginning because, I mean, how are you supposed to run a support group online? And even more so, how are you supposed to keep it secure? But when I discovered that it was possible, I had to run with it. I just had to. It was just too good of an idea.
it's a great idea, and and actually, I suppose that since it's just technically a support group, it's not therapy, that there aren't any HIPAA issues that we have to deal with.
No, I don't think that there are, because we're not actually going to have like certified therapists.
Well, I'm a certified therapist. I'm a licensed therapist. But
in that environment, you won't be a certified therapist.
Right.
You'll be the support group facilitator. As long as you don't do anything that only therapists can do, we'll be fine.
have to pull back.
Right. Celine, your kind of next closing comment?
So yeah, about that cupcake thing, cream trays make a much bigger mess.
Really? She loves you so much.
Oh my god, I'm just gonna take a can of shaving cream and shoot myself. Just...
Or there's whipped cream.
We seriously need to make a video, like, sometime in the near future about best 2IC moments on this Google Hangout, because that made it.
It'll happen. It'll happen. No? No? Really? Whipped cream. That's all. Okay.
By the way, guys, we've reached the 12-hour mark.
Yeah, we've reached 12 hours. See this? See my eyes? Yeah, that's 12 hours. No. Zara, I believe you're next, and then Kenley.
Probably on the camera.
Zara?
Yeah, I'm very impressed by this whole thing, by the amount of money that was able to be raised. I guess thank you to everybody involved, everybody who donated. I was quite moved by the whole thing, really, especially when we were, well, not moved, but kind of, when we were reading the names, it was really kind of scary to think about, and I had never really, well, I thought about it, but not to that extent. Like, that was a pretty long list. Yeah.
Yeah, and to think about a lot of them being in key countries like Brazil and
yeah, a lot were in Brazil. Yeah.
That was really
There were some in the United States, and that
Brazil?
was terrifying.
Sao Paulo in Brazil. That was like, wow, what's up with Sao Paulo?
That was pretty much it, I guess.
Okay. Kenley?
I pretty much said what I was going to say, but another thing, when we were reading the names, it was really, really sad to see how many of the deaths were this year in 2014. It almost made me want to cry, because it's so heart-wrenching to see how violent and vicious people can be to something that they don't agree with. And but on a lighter note, the support group I am very excited about, and I think that is very much needed, and I'm pretty excited to be a part of that.
I'm actually really, really, really excited to see the future of Trans Youth Channel after this, because having the financial backing to essentially say, all right, go for it, is one of the greatest things for me to kind of feel. It's like I am going to be able to make a tool for the community that the community can use in order to further itself. And to know that I, as a facilitator for this community, brought that to someone is nowhere near as powerful as saying I am a part of a community that allowed this to happen. Even further than that, it's not even just me. It's an entire organization of 30 volunteers who take it all the time, every week, just to do all of this, just to provide all of this to the trans community. It's huge, and to know that there are 30 volunteers willing to do that, and to know that there are so many other partner organizations willing to help, makes me really feel like I'm doing something much, much, much bigger than me. And I could not have more pride and more admiration for all of the people at Trans Youth Channel and all of our viewers and donors as well.
Samantha, you're making me cry.
I don't know. I'm really happy to know in 2013, in the summer of 2013, that I was going to embark on this, and I didn't even know if it was going to succeed. And I mean, it was just Zara, myself, and one other volunteer in the summer of 2013 when we decided to do this. And I'm so very, very proud of everyone who has joined the ranks ever since to make this possible. And I don't know, I'm really happy. And I don't know, Zara, is this something you expected when we decided to have that conversation?
It's certainly something I hoped would happen in the long run, but you know, I don't think I expected anything to this extent this quickly. So you know, I'm quite happy it's going where it is.
All right, so this does conclude the end of our Giving Tuesday Google Hangout, but we still have 2 more hours of donation capability, so go out, ask a lot of your friends and family members. This is definitely a holiday gift that would definitely suit them. And in addition, all of these funds are going to go to programs that are going to help the online transgender closeted community specifically, and the LGBT community abroad. Just to make sure that this community is solid and has tools that it needs. I'm really, really proud of all of our viewers, and I hope that you continue to contribute every day just by being supportive. Thank you so much for watching. We're going to go ahead and end it now. And unless anyone else has anything to say, I think we're good.
Can I say one more thing? Also, I also want to announce that in February, when I go to Denver, like on the day I go to Denver, it is my 1-year anniversary on Trans Youth Channel. So just pointing that out.
Well, that's cool.
And that might be deserving of a cupcake.
Another cupcake in your face.
Okay. I'll do that for your anniversary. How about that?
Wait, what?
I'll do that for your anniversary. How about that?
Yay.
Zara, how long have we been on the channel? Like, when is our anniversary exactly? When was our first video in 2010?
Mine was I think somewhere around Christmas, so it's probably pretty soon, but it would be, oh, I don't know, like a 4-year anniversary at this point, at least.
4 years for us.
Wow.
Wow. All right. Well, on that note, I'm going to go ahead and end the Google Hangout. Thank you so much to all of our viewers. Thank you so much to all of our volunteers, and you have a wonderful evening.
Good night, everybody.
Bye.
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 Bye, Jade.